Good evening. I think can we all take our seats? What has been delaying us has been resolved, and we think everyone is entering. Can we also ask family members that might be here with us to take that other part of the venue? We can also sing, but I think at this stage it is appropriate that we sing ingoma yenkonzo as we are about to start. Akho mntu ulungiselelwe ke uba makahlabele so that xa ikhona laa nto ithi apha kuwe hlabela ukwazi ukwenza njalo. So we are going to sing as everyone is entering in that fashion. Eyokugqibela siswam sizokucela, we'll ask from ANSOC, MedSOC and SCO so that we can have prayers before we start the program. So in 1 or 2 verses, we are going to quickly go to the prayers. Thank you very much.
Khawundibeke Nkosi, khawundibeke Nkosi, khawundibeke Nkosi. Aputhanda khona, aputhanda khona.
Masivalena amehlo sithandazeni egameni likaThixo Uyise, egameni likaThixo Nyana, nasegameni likaThixo Moya Oyingcwele, egameni omathathu Nkosi enamandla amakhulu, kusemveni kwemini Thixo wethu odume ngokulunga, kusemveni kwemini Thixo mhle kangakanani, Nkosi enamandla umhle wena Thixo imeko sezingantlanga kodwa sisingqina ubukhulu bakho Thixo wethu. Sithe nqwadada Nkosi kule ndawo ngalomzuzu Thixo namandla sizokudibana Nkosi yethu ngegama likagaba, Nkosi Thixo namandla besingazi kodwa wena ubusazi njengoThixo, ngoba Nkosi konke okwenzekayo ezantsi emhlabeni uyakwazi wena Thixo namandla njengomdali wethu Thixo onamandla amakhulu. Ungena nokungena kwethu sibuvubukho bakho Thixo namandla kule ndawo, ngqunganga Thixo ungene ufukame phakathi komzi Thixo namandla nalikhaya Nkosi lakwaMatiwane Thixo namandla amakhulu, bathiwe igama limbi ngalomzuzu Thixo dume ngokulunga, kuthiwa Nkosi ngoku ngabahlolo nabahlolokazi Thixo namandla babophe Thixo, hlala Nkosi phakathi komzi, hlala phakathi komnquba Nkosi ngoba silahlekelwe Thixo namandla, anqinathi umntu sidiliziwe ngenxa zonke, walincothula njengomthi themba Thixo namandla amakhulu, zibonakalise Thixo emehlweni yethu, tshileke Thixo phakathi komzi, bopha Thixo ezo ntliziyo ngoba uyangqina omnye umculo athi usondele Nkosi ngoba ntliziyo ozaphukileyo ubasindisa abamoya utyumkileyo. Ngena ke Thixo uzinze phakathi kwegumbi ube ngowenani, ngoba Nkosi uthi kwakuhlangana ababini nokuba bathathu egameni lakho ukhona wena njengoThixo wabo. Bonakala Thixo uzinza ufukama phakathi kwegumbi ufike ngosubophe. Siyakucenga Thixo asitshonga tshova Thixo namandla Thixo qhele ukwenza ziveze nakwesi sihlandlo Thixo namandla amakhulu xa sidibene Nkosi namandla inkonzo yokugqibela kweli Kapa Thixo namandla kabuyile engazubuya Thixo namandla amakhulu kodwa Thixo sicela wena Nkosi zithi yonke into ebihlengahlengisiwe Thixo ihambe ngendlela fikelela ke emntwini ongcwele nalapho Nkosi ngenofika khona Yesu Kristu Nkosi yethu. Amen.
Thank you very much. We can be seated. Let me start from where I was supposed to start. My name is Mesuli Kama. I am the spokesperson of the ANC Youth League PCPC in the Western Cape. I'm going to be co-directing the memorial service today. So greetings to the family of Comrade Buyile Matiwane, to the Vice Chancellor of CPUT and all other managers and staff members of CPUT that are with us here today. We greet the leadership of Sasko as led by the Secretary General here today, Comrade Butanani. We greet the ANC Youth League as led here today by Comrade Nyda, the National Convener of the Youth League. We also greet the African National Congress as led here today by Comrade Thandima Ambehlala, who is the National Executive Committee of the African National Congress. We greet everyone, even the friends of Comrade Buyile. And we want to appeal to the speakers as we're about to go to the speakers that we try and manage time to the best of our ability. It is in that spirit that we hope those who come and greet would rather spend much more time on speaking and celebrating the life of Comrade Buyile than greeting. So I think we're all going to say all protocol observed more than mentioning names, so that you also avoid to get in trouble of being accused of not greeting other people individually. We are going to take it upon ourselves to recognize people as they arrive. So we are going to start our program, and as we have said that we apologize for the delay, and at this stage we are going to call for the opening remarks, which I think are going to come in three folds. But for now we are going to call the president of the SRC, Mr. Nanga Otan, to come and make the opening remarks. Thank you very much. We are here not to mourn, but we are here to celebrate the life of Comrade Buyile. And we know Buyile, all of us. I think that's why we're here. Most of you were here on time. I think you arrived before me, so it means that you know what you came here to do. And you know Comrade Buyile. Comrade Nanga.
Tulinyembezi athi ho tulunga khali hawema hewena profu wena profu hawena profu wena profu Hati ho tulungakhali. Hawe ma, hawe ma, hawe mama, we mama, we ma. Hawe mama, we mama, we ma. Hati ho tulungakhali. Hawe ma. Ajik tulungakhali. Sulinyembezi. Ati ho tulungakhali ma hawe matama hawe mama we mama we ma hawe mama we mama we ma ati ho tulungakhali hawe ma ati tulinyembezi tulungakhali hati ho tulungakhali hawe ma
Mandla ngawethu Mandla ngawethu Matla Arona long live Sasko long live Sasko long live the ANC Youth League long live Kosas long live Nehao long live Kosato long live viva Sasko viva Amandla ngawethu qina mfonde qina qina msebenzi qina phatha Sasko phatha Mandla ngawethu long live the spirit of comrade Buyile Matiwane long live the spirit of comrade Buyile Matiwane long live. Thank you, comrade program director. Greetings to comrades on the venue. I want to greet the management that is amongst us of CPUT. Comrades, you are greeted. I greet the leadership of the PYA. Because of time, comrades, I won't be able to mention all your names accordingly, but all protocols observed. My name is Nanga. My surname is Todana. I'm a small boy from Engcobo, Dilijola, Ungabana, Umpangom. Comrades, I have a simple task today to just welcome you in this venue. I'm not going to say much because there's a lot that will be said here by comrades who are tasked for that. Today I'm not tasked, comrades, to speak too much. I'm sure the community of CPUT is awaiting for a long speech, but unfortunately, sorry, today I will be as brief, as short as I am in terms of my height, as you can see. Mine is to thank the leadership of the PYA, comrades of the Youth League, comrades of COSAS, comrades of COSAT, comrades of Nehao. Thank you, comrades, for making sure that this gathering today is successful. I want to thank the leadership of the SRC. That is where I am leading as deployed by Sasko. I want to thank the Central SRC that is here to say, comrades, you have done a lot to make sure that the event is successful. I want to thank the leadership of the branch, comrades of D6 BEC, for availing yourself and mobilizing for this program. I also want to thank the office of the Vice Chancellor for availing yourselves to be here in this program. We appreciate you. I want to also appreciate all comrades who have taken their time in these busy schedules that we have as leadership. But you have at some point compromised some of the issues. So we want to thank you also for that. The last thing I will say is to say to all comrades, more especially the student community, we understand that as CPUT we have lost a certain caliber, comrades, that is irreplaceable. We have lost a dialectical thinker here. We have lost someone who was always open for engagement, someone who have engaged and made sure that Sasko is always on top of things. Sasko is always represented. A man that has ensured that Sasko does not lose its relevance within the sector of the higher education. So, comrades, with those words, I wish to welcome you all in this venue And I want to say this, that may you all be welcomed here, and may you all honor the force that we have lost. A comrade that has led in the sector of higher education, a comrade that has led at CPUT and ensured that the interest of CPUT, and most importantly, the interest of the student community at large, and the interest of Sasko, has always been represented. A man that has been principled in terms of his views, in terms of progress. And as leadership comrades, we must say that we have lost a force here. But I'm not going to dwell much on that, because there are people who are tasked to do so. But with those words, comrades, I wish to welcome you all. I know that there are people who have traveled all the way from other provinces. Comrades, as the SRC of CPUT, we wish to welcome you and say, please ensure that you honor our leader who has left us with dignity. And we wish to appreciate you as well for coming here in this gathering. Lastly, as I sit down, comrades, I wish that everyone that is here, can you all make sure that this memorial service is dignified as far as possible? I know that there are those comrades who have passed somewhere in these corners of Cape Town. But can you all be orderly, comrades, and to ensure that we honor this gathering with the dignity it deserves. Mandla, awethu, mandla, awethu, long live, Buyile, long live. Long live, Kabomkhulu, long live. Thank you, Program Director.
Mandla, awethu, long live Sasko, long live. Long live YCL, long live. Long live ANC Youth League, long live. Long live COSAS, long live. Mandla, long live ANC, SACP, COSATU, long live. Thank you very much, comrades and colleagues. My name is Vezintandla Smelan, who happens to be one of the deputies in the National Office Bearers of Sasko. I'm the one who deputizes in the office of the SG, and Comrade Buyile is the deputy president of Sasko. Me and Buyile, we used to be bullied by other officials who don't have deputies, who has deputies. At some point, you'll be reminded that, Njalo Comrade, it is you, both of you, that are deputies. So if we decide not to deploy you, you must know that we are going to take our responsibilities as they are. Comrades, we are co-chairing today this memorial service. I think firstly, I want to greet the Vice Chancellor of the University and the entire management that is here. Also greet the leadership of Sasko led by SG and TG and other NEC members and all structures of Sasko that are present here today. And also greet the leadership of the ANC Youth League as led by Comrade Nyda and all other youth leaguers who are present here today. Leadership of YCL, I don't know who is president, but we're told that the national chairperson is coming. Leadership of COSAS that is present here. And all other student formations that are present here today. I think I saw Committee of PASMA who were entering in the gate. All student formation that are present here. Leadership of the union, I saw the SG of South, who's amongst ourselves here, and all other convocants of this glorious student movement, comrades. Comrades, as we have said, that our task is to ensure that we direct the program in a manner that is deserved, and we expect all of you to behave in a such that we respect Comrade Buyile, because our deputy president was one of the people that always enforces discipline as a head of discipline, by the way. Whenever we were gathered, he would be worried if comrades are ill-disciplined, especially if we're in a program where people are up and down and all of that. He'll be the one that is going to ensure that discipline is enforced. And I appeal to all of you today that we remain disciplined so that we respect Comrade Buyile. Our next speaker, comrades, is the CPUT management, Professor Chris Ntlavo. We want to welcome your leadership to the podium. Thank you very much.
Amandla. Awethu.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It's my great pleasure to be here this evening to see a number of student friends from all the corners of South Africa coming here to bid farewell to this fallen giant. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are watching this live stream memorial service of the late Sasko Deputy President. Ladies and gentlemen, this event is live streamed across the globe, so it's important that I acknowledge everyone watching this program. Maybe to be on the safe side, us as Africans will actually say Molweni. We don't actually distinguish according to the time zones. It is with a heavy heart that on behalf of the executive management, the entire Cape Peninsula University of Technology community, that we extend our deepest condolences to the Matiwane family, his friends, his comrades within the ANC Youth League, within the Communist Party, within the fraternal organization, and fellow convocants. We are really saddened by this untimely passing of Mr. Matiwane. I want to pass my sincere condolences to his twin brother, that we are as devastated as you are as an institution. He was an outstanding student leader and a brilliant alumnus of this institution, known as Professor. I suspect, Program Director, that this title of Prof was given to him because of his endearment and admiration for books. His admiration to writing, dialogue, and most importantly, publishing and sharing his knowledge. At CPUT, he was key in our debating society, or what you call DS, and hence in 2016, they won the trophy. He was actually the power behind that debating society. We have seen with great admiration his meteoric rise to the echelon of Sasko by being elected a deputy president. Let me share with you two key moments in my close propinquity to Buyile. There are a number of moments, but I want to underscore only two. The first one was when he was making preparations to the 21st Sasko National Conference, which was held at Nelson Mandela University in Gqeberha in the Eastern Cape in 2019. We had a long conversation with him, and I can tell you that he was sure that he was going to get the position. And he really wanted this position. And some of the words that he echoed was that, VC, you see, if I win, CPUT is also winning. And the other one was that we got the numbers. I'm sure I'm going to come up as a president or deputy president. And indeed, when he returned, I was actually saying, there is something special about this gentleman. He knew exactly that he was going to be in the leadership of Sasko. And I was not surprised, because in all the engagement that we had, you could see the leadership in him and the attention that he was actually giving when you were engaging. The second moment that I wanted to share with fellow mourners here is the history. That one day, over a cup of coffee, we had a discussion in my office around the history now. This history was actually around Chief Matiwane. And he was narrating the history of how this king or chief was tormenting the other kings during the Difakane. And he was actually saying, you know what, I am actually the king. And it was a wonderful discussion. But what is actually key in this engagement is his narration skill. Because he can actually narrate, and his power of oratory was unparalleled. And I'm actually great that CPUT is associated with this fallen giant. The third moment that I also wanted to share in brief was his interest around internationalization. He was actually very keen in terms of the institution strengthening its ties with institutions in China. And I must actually say that he had great interest in student contribution to internationalism. And I remember at one point that I was invited to the Chinese embassy in Newlands. And guess who I found there? It was him. And I said, but I think the only thing that is remaining that we have to do is now to learn Mandarin, because your ties with China are very strong, and you seem to be hitting the right button all the time. Because if you say the China ambassador will be here, and I know for sure that the Chinese ambassador will be here. So we are indeed saddened by his passing. But if I were to sum up all our engagement, I will actually say they were characterized by the following: that he was a thought leader. You will have thoughtful engagement that is non-combative, but the power of persuasion was unparalleled. Of course, I also wanted to say that his approach to leadership was humble. He was also factual. He was actually a passionate orator and a skilled negotiator. In a nutshell, he was an ultimate avatar of successful student leader. Lastly, Program Director, mindful of your time, may Buyile's family and friends find solace in that the entire institution and community is actually shattered as they are. He was dearly loved by many of us. May we all be fortified by our heart-warming memories of Buyile Matiwane and the example of leadership he personified. In Latin, classic Latin, they normally talk about more vincit omnia. That means that death conquers all, or death always wins. But in this particular case, we believe that the spirit and the example set by Mr. Matiwane will linger on for time immemorial. In Sotho, if I were to translate the very same version, they talk about lifu liquleng ya kubo. When Munna Mosotho is speaking about that, he's talking about the fact that lifu ke tsela ya rona bohle. So har amoeleng alwe hlanga lungahlala hamba kahle CPUT convocant hamba kahle Kaba, you will be sorely missed. Thank you very much.
Mandla, Kawethu, Mandla. We're now going to, thank you very much, VC. We're now going to call the convener of Sasko in the Western Cape, Comrade Sifiso Zungu, to come and also give welcoming remarks on behalf of Sasko in the Western Cape. Thank you. Benatambo, iyo iyelele mama sekuzo kalipazuka, ewe tambo, tambo iyelele mama sekuzo kalipazuka, baba sesifikile tina bafana besasko sekuzo kalipazuka, baba sesifikile tina bafana besasko sekuzo kalipazuka, ewe tambo, iyelele mama sekuzo kalipazuka, ewe tambo, tambo iyelele mama sekuzo kalipazuka, baba sesifikile tina bafana sekuzo kalipazuka, Hafana Bumbu, Sebuzo Kalipasuga, Bafana Bumbu, Sebuzo Kalipasuga, Sefigeletina, Bafana Bumbu, Sebuzo Kalipasuga, Amandla. Ngizothatha leli thuba ngibingelele umndeni wakwaMatiwane
Ngiphinde futhi ngithathe leli thuba ngibingelele leadership ye Sasko led by uComrade Secretary uButhanani. Ngiphinde ngibingelele amalungu we-ANC Youth League led by uComrade Convener we-National Youth League uComrade Nongceba Mhlawuli. Ngiphinde ngibingelele i-management ye-CPUT. Ngiphinde ngibingelele abangani nezihlobo nama-comrade we-Sasko nawe-ANC wonke aphelele namhlanje. Ngiyabonga. Ngicabanga ukuthi njengendoda ebengiyazi leyo Buyile ingeke ikuvumele ukuthi ngizoma phambi kwabantu namhlanje ngingazilungiselelanga ukuzokhuluma phambi kwabantu. Ubehleze engithethisa ke mengenza leyo nto leyo. Ngiye ngathatha ithuba ke izolo ukuthi nje ubusuku bonke ngihlale ngiye ngicabanga ukuthi ngafike ngithini phambi kwabantu. Ngahlala ngabhala. Kodwa nje bengicela sicule ingoma eyodwa bese ngiyithatha ke nginazisa ukuthi ngibhala ukuthini. Ziyama sumelu wose Ziyama zubawawazi Ziyama sumelu Ziyama zubawawazi Uye no siolayo Uye no siola Sama sumelo wose
Eziyamazo baba wazo Ebu baba Eziyamazo melusi Umelu eziyamazo baba wazo Zamazo baba engusasko siwolayo Osiwo engusasko siphatha kahle Osiphatha sophumelela thina Ayibo sophumelela thina ayibo sophumelela thina sophumelela thina mandla Mandla! Viva Sasko, viva! Viva Sasko, viva! Ayikale phansi! Time, comrades!
Amandla, awethu. I think it's impossible that you can defeat two program directors. So when we say stop, please do so, because we're trying to manage the issue of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Now, Comrade Deputy President, as an intellectual, Antony Gramsci argues that all men are intellectuals. All have the capacity to think, even in the most physical defined job, but not all men are intellectual by social function. I think
None dare contest the assertion that Deputy President was an intellectual by social function. Moreover, he had a broader political vision to organize the higher education space and society in general to create a favorable condition for the working class. As an intellectual, Comrade Deputy President did not feel detached from the working class. He worked tirelessly to conscientize it through his activism and writings. Perhaps what is important to note is that Comrade Deputy President was not shy from critique. Every time when he writes an article, he will make sure that he sends it to people to give their opinion. Even with his wealth of knowledge, he still sought the views of others because he knew that there are different perspectives and the worldviews, or maybe it was his way of instigating debate, which he always had energy for. This is significant, attributed of a leader capable of organizing our young people towards a common goal. With an understanding of several different views they hold and aligning them to the greater transformational objectives of the movement, one of the projects which he wanted to establish, it was a Sasko library. He wanted to establish a Sasko library to equip comrades of the student movement with materials to sharpen their tools of analysis. This is because he believed that knowledge is for sharing. Comrade Deputy President was a working library. While we are comforted that his words and ideas will live on through the work that he has published, it is unfortunate that we will not hear them articulated by him, as he was a beautiful orator. Those who know him, they will attest to that. Moreover, always he sought to avoid being esoteric. He simplified theory to ensure that everyone in the room felt accommodated. This is critically important as it reveals to us that he was not only a consumer of knowledge, he understood and was able to translate it to the conditions and language of the ground. The ability to rely Amandla. The ability to rely the soft man. Uyangiphazamisa. Mandla. The ability to rely the soft. Yeah, I'm not going All right.
Yeah?
All right.
It's sophistications.
Of a theory in manner that is digestible to all is equal that very few can possess, and the maker of a great leader who is capable of carrying the mandate of the student movement. Mine today is to welcome everyone here, especially those who are going to speak. I hope, and I only hope, that people who are going to speak here, they won't use this platform to advance their own factional political agendas. Because we all know Comrade Buyile was a thinker. Therefore, we do not expect mediocrity. ngalamagama lawa ngithi alehlanga lingehlanga amandla. Thank you.
Oliver
Emzabalazweni, emzabalazweni, simzabalazweni, sisemzabalazweni, 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 imzabalazweni. Emzabalazweni. Mandla, awethu. Thank you very much, Comrade Convener of Sasko in the province. Comrade Convener was attempted to say that I think maybe you did copy and paste from the speech that even the DP himself wrote. Comrades, thank you very much, and as we're moving swiftly with our program, our next tribute, comrade, we have done with the welcoming. We are now entering to tribute. We are going to call upon one of his friends, Comrade Siabonga. I'm not sure whether the DP met Comrade Siabonga outside of politics or it's a personal friend outside of politics, because the mistake that we tend to do, comrade, is that we happen to have friends within politics. So sometimes we don't have friends outside our social life, but we have friends inside politics. So I don't know whether Comrade Siabonga is a social friend or is a friend that Comrade DP met in politics. But I do hope that when Comrade Siabonga comes forward, he's going to share the moments that they had with our Deputy President. And if everyone who's a friend of Buyile is amongst ourselves here, we are going to be represented by Comrade Siabonga. As we welcome Comrade Siabonga. Thank you very much.
Songakale mama. Songakale mama. Songakale mama wami ngoba mina ndizobuya bendifikile emaweni oyitelele tsilaye itelele tsilaye Songakale mama.
Mandla, viva ANC, viva, viva ANC, viva, viva Sasko, viva, emfoka kaba ngawulale ngoxolo,
Wemfoka kaba kawalale ngoxolo.
emfoka kaba ngawulale ngoxolo ngalo,
Wemfoka kaba
Kaulale ngoxolo.
sekudala uzabala,
Kutala uzabala. Kutala uzabalaza. Emfoka kaba kaulale ngoxolo.
Matiwane ngawulale ngoxolo,
Matiwane kaulale ngoxolo.
Matiwane ngawulale ngoxolo galo,
Matiwane khawulale ngoxolo.
Sekudala uzabala,
Kudala uzabalaza.
uzabala.
Kudala uzabalaza.
Mandla.
Matiwane
Mandla.
khawulale
Mandla.
ngoxolo.
Eva ANC FIFA. Eva ANC FIFA. Thank you, Program Director. To the family of Matiwane, NEC of Sasko, as led by Comrade Butanan as SG, NEC of ANC and its alliance, as led by Comrade Tanmambe Hlala in our presence, ANC Youth League, COSAS, fellow mourners and comrades, I greet you all. The first thing I think I must say is that it has been a devastating period for me and for my friends. But first, let me say, it is never easy to pay tribute to my fallen friend, whether the death has resulted from the act of natural causes. However, notwithstanding the difficulties, I would like, with your permission, to describe who Buyile was. My first encounter with Buyile dates back from 2014 during CPUT SRC elections. He was in Cape Town campus and I was in Mowbray campus. It happened that we stayed in the same residence as known by many as St. Peter's residence. Of course, we met through the activities of Sasko, the door-to-door campaign. Buyile was a people's person. Therefore, it is impossible to claim that you are his only friend. Regardless of the period he has known you, he would have meaningful and lively conversations with you. If you check Buyile's life compared to all of us, indeed, he was ahead of his time. Gaba's life was well lived. Buyile was a gentleman with an expensive taste. For example, you know when you go to his room in St. Peter's, you are spoiled for choices. He had all sorts of hot beverages. Jacobs, cappuccino sachets, and hot chocolate served with rusks. To me, this was unusual, given the fact that we were students, so therefore the only thing at the time we know was teaspoon tips and coffee, coffee. So this is how it describes Buyile as a gentleman. His choice of music was fascinating as well. He enjoyed socio-political, lyrical content music, and that was Buyile. I remember part of the songs or artist he introduced me was Tracy Chapman, and the song called Crossroads. But other artists that he would introduce me was the likes of John Mayer when he sang the song called Gravity. And those songs, if you listen them, you would find that they had indeed socio-political lyrical content. Buyile was an honorable man, a man with a plan, a man of his word. A best friend gone too soon is tragedy. But what would have been worse is never to have met him. I am grateful, standing in front of you, to have been Buyile's friend in my life. And I will continue to be his friend in his death, honoring him in all I do. I am better for knowing him, better for loving him, better for having met him.
Abba, may you be as blessed in the next life, my friend, as I was in this by knowing you. Today, we are here to celebrate your life and the measure of its worth. We thank you for the memories we hold dear. It's been a privilege to have known you. Thank you very much. Mandla!
Molweni, ndinibulisa nonke from bekuthiwe all protocols observed. The most difficult part you can do in life is paying tribute to a friend you've known for more than 25 years. Sikhula sonke noSigubhu. Every holiday ngoDecember I looked forward to seeing them eCala. And then we grew up, we parted ways, and back in 2012 when I arrived in CPUT, the first thing I wanted kuZizipho was Zizipho Apamawel. And I found them. They had arrived in 2011, bona a year before mna. Then we reconnected instantly, and we never looked back from there. Buyile was quite a busy guy. He was involved in debate. He was involved in BMF, which he went on to be in the provincial leadership. He was involved in Sasko. He was deployed SRC. He was involved in ANC Youth League. I think people have forgotten that Buyile was the chairperson of Ward 57 branch. I was his secretary in the ANC Youth League. He went then to serve as the provincial leadership of Sasko. And I was the branch leadership of Sasko in Cape Town. Our time together blended very well because he called me the sharpshooter, the anarchist. I called him the diplomat. His role is to discuss, mine is to fight. It's simple. At one point, comrades of Belleville called us English speakers because the fundamental role Buyile played in those discussions was to say, comrades, we demand number one is amnesty. Niyazazi niyamosha. So we demand amnesty and then we move. And also, comrades could not bohlule who's acting, who's the decision maker. So if someone is acting, siyamazi akazuthatha decisions. So what decisions? He called them low-lying fruits that we could gather. Say, hey, this man can't take decisions. Let's just get what we can from him, and then we move. I also remember when Buyile contested branch chairperson, he was Murd. And he had 3 supporters. Myself, Zulu boy. And the reason why we were like that was because we were never involved in factions. Hayi maqabane yazi lona. Infections zange yayinto yethu. Program director Mkhwetha Becangwa, they are guilty because when they designed the program, they did not ask who Buyile's friends were. They just took one. There's a lot of us. That we must acknowledge. Beningxolisa noKama apha emva kwam ngaloo nto uba ebephi because uyayazi. Let me pause there for now. because there's a lot. I could take the whole night speaking about Buyile. Andile izamfo. Yohlulakala.
Ndicela ubulisa wonke umuntu olapha naphakathi eholweni. All protocols observed. Whoever that is here currently. I think to speak of Buyile and to be honored by saying that Buyile's friends must come and speak is a big honor for me. Buyile is one person that touched the lives of many. I think by judging, by looking in this hall, you will see that the many lives Buyile has touched. Ugaba ebengumntu wabantu. Ugaba will never let you go hungry ekhona. He will never let a student ilale piazza ekhona. I know of one particular comrade, why housile for, I think for about a year. Wahlala nayo, up until he lost his woman because of that. He lost his woman. But watukaba, awuzuyandawo, uzohlala apha nami, uthi balalaphi. That's the type of person he was. Buyile, dinesi story benke na komenda kutasat. Ebengumntu ko very ambitious mfowethu. Uyavuka this one Monday uthi, "Hey, umkhulu kunami wena. Ndidasuka siyalingana." Uthi chief, "Zawubamba itrack ngoku." Ndithi, "Hayi, khayibambe sike sibone." Aye kokuqala, "Hey, buye enxaphile apha." Aphinda aye day 2. Day 3, la routine yakhe yango 6 o'clock. Before ndiye emsebenzini ngo7, uyabuya uGaba uthi, "Hey, hayi chief ngathi milk tarts zami nekeke zami masondele kum iyandohlula le. I'm leadership, chief, I'm not a lumpen, I can't be running around." So there are many memories of Buyile. We can all share them, but ixesha is limited. All I can say kwisapho ka Matiwane, siyabulela. Siyabulela ngokusiboleka uBuyile. Ukwazile by impact kuthi, not only in Cape Town, not only in the Eastern Cape, but throughout the entire country. Skuphi mfowethu, cela uzuqine ndoda. It is not easy, but uyazi into kubana through uThixo you will gain strength. Ndiyabulela kakhulu.
I don't know whether Buyile chose friends according to height. And, and size, of course. No, thank you very much to Buyile's friend, and we sincerely want to apologize, Anel, and perhaps all other friends of Comrade Buyile that are here. We want to apologize. We can't be the ones that determine who is a friend of Buyile more than the other. But we know that Buyile was friends to many. And not everyone can speak, it's unfortunate. But I also now know, Comrade Anele, why Buyile always made you a chair and was willing to make meetings collapse even when we thought that your time has passed. But I think now we're going to move to the next point. We're not going to allow what has just happened, because I've realized now that I might have been one of the people who were attacked by the last speaker, because I would have stayed with Buyile in his room, I think, for about a year. Now, I don't know whether I'm part of those people who would have made him to lose his girlfriend. But let us recognize Comrade Marius Fransman, I think the former minister. I don't know, was it still international relations at that time? You know, they change all the time. Thank you very much, leadership, for your presence. It's much appreciated. We are now going to move to the tribute by the Convocation. Let's also recognize Comrade Pelegwa. You know, we have been with you, leadership, all the time, that we forget that because you are always with us. Comrade Pelegwa is in the task team national task team of the ANC Women's League. We recognize leadership. Your presence here is much appreciated. Let's call Ms. Asanda Hlamandana from the CPUT Convocation.
How babuze, how babuze, how babuze. 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 How babuze, how babuze.
Amandla, 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 Kawethu, Amandla, Kawethu, Amandla, Kawethu, Amandla. Comrade Pesh, I think from now on you are going to assist us in maintaining order at the back. Amandla.
The family, relatives, and friends of Comrade Buyile Matiwane, we are all gathered here in our desire to celebrate Buyile. Now, I've been tasked to speak on behalf of Convocation, which is very difficult for me because I also knew Buyile personally. So you'll forgive me if I throw in some of the personal things that I know about Buyile. Now, Buyile's death comes at a time when the country is in dire need of young leaders, leaders that are vibrant, leaders that are vocal, and leaders that are of sober mind. We all held Prof in high esteem because whenever he was around you, you would feel his presence. He was an outstanding leader and he had a glowing personality. I know I'm not supposed to have branded myself with either Sasko or ANC because the Convocation family does not believe in political alliance. But we know Buyile to have taken the road of Engels, Karl Marx, Lenin, and Stalin. There isn't any Marxism and Leninism movement that would say they do not know Buyile. There isn't any student or any worker at CPUT that would say they did not know Buyile. Because with the workers, you'd find Buyile in their offices. He was bothering them, but he was also advocating for students. There's a saying that goes, and I quote, "Those we love don't go away. They walk beside us every day, unseen, unheard, but always near, still loved, still missed, and very dear. Wishing you hope in the midst of sorrow, comfort, and in the midst of pain." Now, Buyile will be remembered by CPUT for one, the debate society. In 2013, Buyile Matiwane formed the CPUT Debate Society. And when the whole of CPUT management did not believe in us, he believed in us. He also fought for the black-dominated institutions to form part of the Southern African National Universities Debate Council, because that was only a luxury enjoyed by universities such as Stellenbosch and UCT. Now, after forming that, we had to go to provincials. Buyile would say one thing to me, which is why I wrote down, Hlamandan, you can't go in front of people with emotions and common sense. You must read and respect your audience. And unfortunately, when we went to UWC, it was a new debate, and we did not know anything. So my partner and I Googled the information when we were supposed to debate. Buyile immediately caught that this was Googled because we could not substantiate our points. And everything that we were saying was exactly as was on the internet. Now, instead of embarrassing us and telling everyone that we had copied, they called us to the side and they spoke to us. Unfortunately, we were disqualified. And before we were disqualified, we were amongst the top 5, top 4, because we were very good speakers, and it turned out that we had Googled the information. After that, Buyile then took us to Venda. Now, the Debate Society is only 2 years old when it takes us to Venda in 2015. Again, CPUT did not believe in that vision. They did not want to give us a bus. So Buyile said, it's fine. If you are not giving us a bus, at least book 26 tickets for us to go to Venda. I don't know how many buses we took to get to Venda, but we eventually got there. On our way back, he still ensured that everyone has their own bus tickets that takes them to their home. Now, what happened in Venda was most of us were in the bin room. Now, the debaters would know what the bin room is. We were not amongst the top speakers. We were actually very weak. But still, he did not make us feel like we had failed. He was very proud of us because we were a new society. Buyile made us rub shoulders with the likes of Mighty Jamie and Oliver Dixon that you would see on TV now. And we hope that wherever he is now, he meets up with one of the late debate gurus, Sibusiso Mpofu, known as Guy from Limpopo or Junior. And we hope that they are turning the dialogue 7 minutes at a time. Now, Buyile would sleep throughout the whole debate. And when you wake him up, Prof, but you are sleeping, he would say, no, I'm not sleeping, I'm reflecting. And we hope now he is not sleeping, but reflecting on the impact that he has had in our lives. I also remember Buyile for the St. Petersburg sessions. Now, I'm going to be very short here because this is very personal. Makeke and I were the only 2 girls part of the guys' squad. Anyone who knew or was at St. Peter's would know that when you see Buyile, you'd either see him with Ace, or you'd see him with the rest of the comrades and then us. Now, Buyile loved his stomach, but one thing he did not believe in was wasting, because he would say, when we decide, let's go and buy food, maybe a takeaway, then Buyile and B would say, why don't we combine that money and then go buy something that we can cook now and eat later. Now, at St. Peter's, when we are cooking, everyone had their roles. B and Makeke would cook. Twala and Georgia would just come before people eat so they can eat, and then leave before people are done eating so they don't have to wash the dishes. So I would be left to wash the dishes with either Buyile and Poison, but Buyile and Poison would never wash the dishes because Buyile would be busy with umkhabul. And then when you ask him, Buyile, why did you not wash the dishes? He would say, but comrades, besingazopheka sihlambe izitya sonke, kufuneka kube khona ofaka umkhabul. And he would do that. He would talk throughout the whole cooking session, and you would not even realize that Buyile had not done his part. He had love for reading and learning and also unlearning. But in his unlearning, Buyile would say, when he realizes that he is wrong, I may not always be right, but I'm never wrong. Also, during SRC, the beginning of the year, when you have SRC bursaries that you have to give to students, Buyile always bullied Mowbray and also bullied Athlone campus. Because he said to us, you were just leaders of 5,000, 2,000 students, and all of you did not need bursaries because you comrades pass, all of you are passing at Mowbray, it's a high school. Therefore, you must give us that money so we can register students in CPU, in Cape Town campus. Gladile was a very close friend to Buyile, and whenever Buyile was angry, you would not see. I'm mentioning Gladile because in 2016, we went as CPUT to support the sport in Johannesburg. While we were in Johannesburg, it happened that my birthday was also in that week. So Buyile and my friends had planned that they're going to have a surprise birthday party for me. But Gladile and I had a fallout the day before. So while we were having breakfast, Gladile said, so Hlamandan, how do you feel about your surprise birthday party? And all Buyile could say was, aye man, Gladile, aye man. And that was him being angry. So they had to resort to other plans. Buyile has left a footprint in the history of the youth of our country. He dedicated his entire life to uphold the noble values of peace, companionship, tolerance, equality, and justice. We pray that God comforts the family and sends angels from above, giving sweet peace within your heart and surrounding you with eternal love. Now, Buyile backed his family because all of us knew KwaMagaba in Pinelands. If you were friends with Buyile, you would end up in Magaba's place. And you'd be welcomed with warm hands. This showed us that Buyile came from a warm family. And with his brothers, he showed us that it is possible for black men, regardless of their differences, to show a united front, support each other, and love each other wholeheartedly. His death is a great loss, not only to his family, but to all of us at CPUT and the country at large. To his twin, although no words can really help to ease the pain and the loss that we collectively bear, you must know that you are very close in our thoughts and prayers. And we pray that God will comfort you and will sustain you during this time. Going forward, I would like to challenge all of us to dedicate the months of June and July to him, which is Buyile, under the hashtag Read a Book for Buyile. This is a plea for all of us to read at least one book during these months every year, in remembrance of Buyile, but most importantly, for our own self-development and growth, because that is what Buyile believed in. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the convocation of CPUT. I'm sure all of you comrades and colleagues, I think I must not forget that they're also colleagues, because not everyone is a comrade. I'm sure most of comrades who are here, they know that Comrade Buyile did not drink alcohol nor smoke. But he was a very social person, even if he didn't drink. You know, when we are elected, as we were elected, especially the top 5 of Sasko, you will expect a different behavior from a person who don't drink. But over the years, I've seen something that people who don't drink, they actually spend more time on other things that I'm not going to mention here today. I was attempted, Comrade SG, to at least share a story. I remember where TG took us out at night. Weird things happened there. I was like, hey, TP, you also engage in such things? They will know about Comrade Poison. Normally when they're in Joburg, there's a popular place there in Joburg, especially after our NEC meetings. There's a place where we normally go after the NEC meetings. There are so flames there. So Comrade Buyile was very social, at the same time, very disciplined. Because all of you will know, Comrade, that if you are in a movement, the discipline that it requires from a cadre or a member of the organization, you can get that discipline through reading revolutionary theories. So he's a person that, on time to time, will remind us that, hey, comrades, it is very important for us to engage on a revolutionary theory, to avoid what he calls a crisis of consciousness within the movement that we're experiencing today. So, comrades, as we are moving along with our program, We are now going to call upon the twin brother of our Deputy President, Comrade Matiwane, to speak on behalf of the family. And also, Comrade, we also appreciate the family to be part of us today. I know that there are preparations of funeral, but the family decided to allow Buyile, the twin brother, to come and be with us today to speak on behalf of the family. Comrade Buyile, can you please come forward?
Kavani, kavani suti bane mazweni. Kavani,
Kavani zyotima. Oh, Kavani, Kavani. How Kavani? Kavani, Kavani zyotima ne mazi. Kavani, oh, Kavani, oh, Kavani zyotima ne. Kavani, Kavani. Kavani, oh. Kavani zyotima ne mazi. Kavani, oh. Kavani, oh, Kavani zyotima. Oh, ndisahamba, ndisahamba, ndangene Cape Town, ndabona lo Sasko esenza makhombre. Oh, ndisahamba, ayo, ndangene Cape Town, ndabona lo Sasko esenza makhombre. Oh, Kavani, 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 Kavani zyotima ne ma. Tio, mama, tio. Hele tsatsi litike ni ma. Eka usane litobo sawaya. Ngale mama wa mima. Tula mama ndizobuya. Hey, langa lizotona ma. Ekota kusasa lizobuya. Hey, tsatsi litike ni ma. Eka usane litobo sawaya. Ingomo.
Amandla, Amandla, Kawetu, Amandla.
Atoka mnandi. Ewe kama uyingwe. Oyele suti bane mazweni. Atoka mnandi. Oyele suti bane. Ewe kama uyingwe.
There's a change.
Amandla, kawethu, Amandla, kawethu. The reason why we want to plead with you that at least we sing one song is because you would have realized that my co-chair appreciated that the family gave us a time in a supposedly busy week for them. And we didn't want to hold them up until very late. And we have a number of speakers. Maybe I made a mistake, Comrade Pesh, by saying you must be the one that maintains order. But we know we liked singing, but can we, when we stop at time, please follow the order. Let's give Mr. Matiwane our attention.
Mandiqale ngobulisa wonke umuntu othe wazixhamla waza kule memorial service uzo celebrate ubomi kaBuyile. It's a time that is very much appreciated from the family. Yabulela ngenkxaso, messages of support, and people being there. Mine is just to speak, paying tribute to Buyile from family view, which would ultimately have translated to his leadership skills, the kind of person he is, and how he lived his life. Nizanixolela nziya kakhulu ngoba kunzima uthetha ngomntu ophile ubomi bakhe nawe. So Buyile ebe ebelixhanti ekhayeni. Yeah. For me personally, undikhuphe kwizinto ezininzi. And I looked up to him, not as my twin brother, but as umkhulu. Kuba ebendifaka endleleni because ebefuna uba sonke sibe nelikamva elihle. So it's difficult to pay tribute to umntu who was years ahead of his time in terms of how he lived his life, how he did things. Unfortunately, I won't be able to share some other things we used to do as well. So, silahlekelwe, not only as a family, but sisonke. Because as a family, we understand that Buyile ebengethu sodwa, ebengwethu sonke. Everyone has a connection that they had with Buyile. So, mandibulele ngobomi bakhe. Abantu bephilisana nabo. Manikele kumkhulu.
Enduthuza ke lo mfana. Uba bengazibiselanga uthetha. I-role yothetha beyasayinwe kuye. I'm not going to be long for obvious reasons. I just want to pick up on 2 or 3 things. Firstly, it will be remiss of us as the Matiwane family if we fail to acknowledge the role that all of you have played in Buyile's life. I've said during some time last week that Buyile was no longer just a member of the Matiwane family. Buyile was a rising national star. But Londo enzekanga out of nowhere. Buyile had strong family values. Paekhaya ke sikhe sibhidane kakhulu. Silwe sizekelise into ethi when brothers fight to the bitter end, it is the stranger that inherits their land. But out of all the fights ebesinazo, irole kaBuyile was the one of iba unifier. Noba sixabene nabantakwethu, kodwa yena bezingazingeni differences zethu. Abetatsha ngama-Rotman wazo, ubula beKapa uyanditatsha, dasazi uphi, if useJoburg utatsha uMbathu. Abe ngumuntu onjalo ke from the side le family. Buyile lived for a very short period of time. But oba kubawom abomejarishwa by length, umejarishwa nge-impact. Buyile had a great impact ekhaya and nationally. That's why we are converged here today to celebrate his life. Ifuna ubulela kakhulu Sasko for creating a platform for Buyile. Create a platform yoba Buyile akwazi to exercise his leadership skills. Because without Sasko or any student formation, Buyile bengazuba nayo platform yobonakalisa isakhono sakhe. Ndibulela ngoba singazenzisiyo kwiSasko. Buyile wenze into strange apho ufika kaPikapa. ufika enabakhuluwa bebelapha esikolweni. Mna ndikwipasma. Usithine kwisasko nombathu later on. Uyandibuza ubuyile uba athini na in terms of newele lakhe in terms of i-decision yabo i-political party mabayijoyine or formation mabasijoyine. I-response yami kubo yethi hayi zikhetheleni. Ubuyile for instance abedoubt zii-comrades zakhe because ubuyile uqale waya phaa epasma office womamela phaa meetings and wareflecta kumba akakho impressed by quality discussions at PASMA. Kuba benze i-comparison between Sasko and PASMA because attended those two meetings, the Sasko and the PASMA, and he had to make his own decision. Uyenzile kumsuthi decision yakhe. I really don't want to belabor le point le. Maybe kokugqibela kukuthi hamba kakuhle msuthu sukulwana sikalawu sukulwana sikagcato sukulwana sikamatiwane sukulwana sikaThomson sukulwana sikazalisile sukulwana sikasizakele unyana kaMzoxolo. Okugqibela ke ubukho benu apha exemplify one thing, human solidarity. Abantu abathethayo ke nge-human solidarity, but it's not just an act of charity, but it is a sine qua non to human existence. Enkosi kakhulu. I pause there.
Thank you. Uzawuphinda uyihlabele ndiyakubona i-key impendulo ingathi awukayibambi kakuhle. So nje busalungisa i-key uzawuphinda uhlabele. As we move on with our program, we are now going to call the NYDA, and I think that's that we can definitely confirm because Buyile joined Sasko in a deployment BGM where he paid his membership in that BGM. Can we call the NYDA Executive Chairman, Comrade Asanda Luwak?
Amandla awethu, amandla awethu, viva ANC, ANC, viva, viva ANC Youth League, viva, viva Sasko, Sasko, viva, viva Kosas, viva, viva YCL, viva, amandla. Co-program directors, ngenxa yexesha, allow me to acknowledge leadership ekhoyo namhlanje, leadership ye-ANC, NEC, Women's League, NTT, Youth League, NYTT, leadership of the PYA structures, all youth formations, family, friends, compatriots, Galomazwi, allow me to say all protocol observed. Program director, in a paper that was conceptualized by a German philosopher called An Ontological Study of Death, the author examines the various conceptions of death and expands on the thanatological theories that distinguish between metaphysical and ontological views of human finitude. Now, whereas metaphysics separates life from death and further posits a transcendent reality beyond the physical world, the ontological perspective integrates death into the very core of being, where it functions as a fundamental phenomenon of life. So, whilst one is aligned to the latter view, which suggests that death is a fundamental phenomenon of life, the untimely passing on of one of our own is a painful reality that will forever be etched in our lives. Now, in these difficult and trying times, our resolve must be anchored on the Holy Scripture, particularly Uyobi, chapter 19, verse 9. Uthi, and I quote, "Undihlube uzuko lwam, wasusa isitshaba senhloko yam, undidilizile ngenxa zonke, demka, walincothula, sorry, njengomthi ithemba lam." Close quote. Namhlanje ithemba lethu lisusiwe kuthi. Besinethemba uba siyakude no Comrade Buyile. Kodwa namhlanje sibona kuthi uYehova usihluthe uzuko lwethu, walincothula njengomthi ithemba lethu. Kodwa pha ku verse 25 siyayazi umhlawuleli wethu uhleli akazusishiya, uhleli nathi. Ngaloo mazwi, I wish to say to ifamily yakwaMatiwane nezilamane sithi ngxe akuhlanga lungehliyo. Now, on behalf of the Congress Youth League in general, but the agency in particular, I wish to extend my sincerest and heartfelt condolences to the Matiwane family on the sad and untimely passing of their son. We say to the family, friends, and loved ones, the Lord is near the brokenhearted and saves the crushed in spirit. May the Lord continue to anoint the family, friends, and comrades who are brokenhearted and restore your spirits. Now, in our shared experiences, we all know that Comrade Buyile, who was an abstract fellow, who was quite intolerant to people who were lazy to think and who could not do the basic or perform the basic principles of organizing. Now, whether he was right or wrong was really immaterial, Guye. He had this profound ability to persuade individuals, persuade each and every one of us through his words and deeds. But beyond just reminiscing with nostalgia on the life of Comrade Buyile, this painful experience should serve as an opportunity for us all to reshape our generational mission and the method used to achieve that which we would have collectively resolved on. If there is anything we should take away from this great life, was his wisdom as well as his sheer determination to unite young people. As he would have enunciated in some public platforms, was the realization that the reality that we are confronted with right now is that there is a crisis of consciousness in our country. But without necessarily diluting his words, I would further advance the view that there is a crisis within the structures of our mass democratic movement. Now, this crisis finds its core existence on the disunity that is at play amongst us. A disunity that continues to thrive in the absence of consciousness. Now, it ought to be the responsibility of a conscious young person to ensure that such divisions do not find expression to the point where they become detrimental to our collective generational mission. Because there are those who will seek to advance their narrow interests by opportunistically perpetuating divisions amongst us young people. Now, if there are any fundamentals which we ought to take away from the life of Comrade Buyile, it ought to be that of ensuring we deliver a united youth and advance the attainment of unity with every fiber of our coexistence. Now, that ought to be our collective responsibility. To the structures of the Congress Youth League under the stewardship of Comrade Buyile, I implore you to ensure that young people, particularly in the Western Cape, remain resolute in advancing unity of purpose. Comrade Nongeba, the national convener of the ANC Youth League, I equally implore you to ensure that young people in this country remain resolute to advancing unity of purpose. Now, the Congress movement has entrusted you with the responsibility of ushering an era of youth that will not be deterred by those who wish to derail us from our generational mission. Because the unfortunate reality is that fundamental shifts in mainstreaming youth development will not happen in the absence of a united cohort of young people who will actively take the baton from where our fallen leader has left it. If not for ourselves, let the advancements of unity be in the spirit and in the life of Comrade Buyile Matiwane. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Forward with the united youth, forward. Forward with the united youth, forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Comrade Chairperson of the NYTA. And I thank you, Chair, for sticking to your 5 minutes. And I hope that the next speakers will also do so in respect of time. Comrades, without wasting time, because we are running late, we are going to call upon the South African Union of Students, represented by the SG, to share some words. And I know that Comrade Buyile played a very critical role where we deployed. It was myself and him, but was a leader of the delegation toward the Congress of South. And we ensured that what organizations told us to do, we came back with a positive result. Hence, we have South today. Comrade David, can you come forward and speak on behalf of South? We're giving you 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Mandla, awethu, Amandla, awethu. Comrades at the back, please, man. Mandla, awethu. No, thank you very much, Comrade DSG. But I feel very attacked because I was not part of the program. Onslaught le kodwa ke kunamsebenzi. Greetings to everyone in the house. Anzumcala ucalula nami mandilandele sebengaphambili lithi all the protocol is observed. I don't have much to say, comrades, but the union gave me a very short poem that I should share with you. I think my friends have spoken about how we're related to Buyile. Azuthi ke zisuke zivakale ngoske ndiziphinde. The title of this poem, it says, Remember Me. Fill not your hearts with pain and sorrow, but remember me in every tomorrow. Remember the joy, the laughter, the smiles. I've only gone to rest a little while. Although my living causes pain and grief, my going has eased my head and given me relief. So dry your eyes and remember me, not as I am now, but as I used to be. Because I will remember you all and look on with a smile. Understand in your hearts, I've only gone to rest a little while. As long as I have the love for each of you, I can live my life in the hearts of all of you. Comrades, I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Comrade Taweti. Beningakwazi noba ngumuntu we-poems. But thank you very much, leadership. Comrade Bash, can you come and sit here, the organizer of the Youth League in the province? I think we've prepared a chair for you here. But let's move on. And at the back, can we try to minimize the chit chat? It's also disturbing. We are now going to move and call Amandla. 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 Can we please work together, because you don't even know who am I calling, but you are singing already. Can we call the PDS, Comrade Insaf, to come and say a word or two in these 5 minutes? Yes, leadership, you can sing now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Malibongwe. I've known Comrade Buyile, and in his death, I thought to myself, what is one thing that can honor the kind of principled, chartered leadership that he represented in big and little ways? And so I packed the flag of Palestine. As comrades of Sasko, and as a presidential deployee of Sasko to UCT's SRC in 2012, I learned the importance of struggle in the trenches of student governance. And Comrade Buyile never shied away of raising his voice sharply, raising his voice respectfully, and raising his voice decisively in the name of social justice. So comrades, today I stand here comfortable in my feelings to say that I'm saddened by his loss. It hurts. But equally so, I will honor his life, I'll honor his legacy, and the beautiful but few good memories, deep, profound memories with my fallen comrade, by choosing to write what I like, as Steve Biko has taught us. And just like our freedom will not be actualized until the freedom of the people of Palestine is, may we read for Buyile, may we raise our voices sharply for Buyile, May we do so without fear or favor, because that is the Buyile Matiwane that has inspired each of us to join this honorable send-off for him. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That is the discipline we talk about. Comrades, we are going to ask a comrade from COSAS. In our program here, the SG was going to be the one who represent COSAS, but I saw, I think, Comrade DSG, if I'm not mistaken. But if there's no one coming from COSAS, we're going to move. Can you come, please, leadership? Esaiba Mbatina. Esaiba Mbatina. Esaiba Mbatina. Thank you very much.
Amandla, awethu, Amandla, awethu. I am going to be short, comrades, like a miniskirt. I am going to follow the suit, all protocol observed. Ngelishwa, I did not prepare anything because the SG was going to speak on behalf of COSAS. And unfortunately, he's not here. But we know Buyile, we've seen Buyile, we've been in the same spaces with Comrade Buyile. I am going to start by passing my condolences to the family of Comrade Buyile, the immediate family and the extended family, which are friends and comrades of this movement. It is very difficult speaking about Comrade Buyile because we have never expected this. It is an unfortunate time that we speak about a person that is our age, our generation, because we have always thought that we are the ones that are going to bury our parents, not the other way around. But I want to say to the family, akuhlanga lungehliyo, lalani ngelicala linenxeba, lithunukeni lizawukhawuleza ukuphola. Kubhlungu kuthi sonke, akho bhlungu kuni nodwa. You know, I don't know what to say, but I want ourselves to give us a task from who Buyile was, because we know Buyile as a revolutionary and an intellectual. What have you learned from Buyile? Ngoba uBuyile sishiyile namhlanje, what are you learning from Buyile? What are the good traits that you are going to take from uBuyile? Personally, uBuyile said to me, you cannot fight all the battles. Choose your battles wisely, because I believe you are conscious. So I think when you answer the question that I'm asking you, comrades, use your consciousness. Because uBuyile was one of the people who were very conscious. And when he speaks, he was not speaking nje out of his mind. He was speaking izinto on imperative evidence. So I want us to honor uBuyile as a revolutionary, but as an intellectual, and as an intellectual. So kuyo yonke into esiyenzayo, can we please honor Comrade Buyile? Buyile entered into leadership of Sasko as the deputy president. For the longest time ever, I've never seen that office of international relations being active. But ngokufika kaBuyile in that office, he made things happen. He might have been a deputy, but a deputy has a responsibility. Therefore, when you are elected in a position, you have a responsibility to fulfill your tasks, and he has done that. Akho bad, he has done that immensely. Asikwazi nokumlwisa. So whatever that we do, can we please carry the baton, Buyile, and make sure that we continue with what Buyile has done. We don't lose it at this point of time. Mna ke ndikhonze wisile. Kuneculo endilithandayo elithi unabantu bakho Thixo ngamaxesha onke. Nangalo mzuzu unathi. Amandla awethu.
Thank you very much. Without wasting time, Comrade Twala, on behalf of COSATU young workers in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Amandla, Amandla, awethu, Amandla, awethu. Prof Matiwane khawulale ngoxolo. Prof Matiwane khawulale ngoxolo. Ekudala uzabalaza, sekudala uzabalaza, uzabalaza. Prof Matiwane khawulale ngoxolo. Emfoka gaba khawulale ngoxolo. Emfoka gaba khawulale ngoxolo chairman. Ekudala uzabalaza, sekudala uzabalaza, uzabalaza. Emfoka gaba khawulale ngoxolo. Comrade Buyile khawulale ngoxolo. Comrade Buyile khawulale ngoxolo DP. Ekudala uzabalaza, sekudala uzabalaza, uzabalaza. Comrade Amandla. No, thank you very much, comrades. Mesuli kancedisa ngalento von ntina leya. Okay, I think it's fine. Amandla. Program directors, the Matiwane family, allow me to say all protocol observed, having acknowledged the Vice Chancellor in his absence, the NEC member of the ANC and the delegation, the Secretary General of Sasko and the NEC collective, the National Convener of the ANC Youth League and the Leadership Collective, the leadership of the Tripartite Alliance present here, the leadership of the YCL, the NYDA, SAUS, the former Deputy Minister of International Relations, comrades and friends. Receive revolutionary greetings from the COSATU Young Workers Forum in the Western Cape. The COSATU Young Workers lowers its revolutionary banners to mourn, commemorate, and celebrate the life of a brother, a friend, a comrade, and revolutionary comrade Buyile Prof Matiwane. Le meko sizibona sikuyo, amazwi kalowo usakuba ngumongameli weli uThabo Mbeki ayizoba kakuhle xa esithi kumhla ilanga lasifihla ubuso amanzi omlambo umbashe ala ukuyongena elwandle mhla inciba yaxuxuzelelwa sisisu bafa lunqano abantwana bomthonyama.
The devastating news of the passing of Comrade Buyile took us unexpectedly and has left an indelible void. The COSATU young workers will remember Comrade Buyile, who addressed our second national summit in Ekurhuleni, Johannesburg, on behalf of Sasko. He gave a powerful input, critical of the movement on its ability to address the current challenges facing the working class. He bemoaned the neoliberal agenda that seeks to weaken state capacity and privatize our SOEs. He emphasized the need to strengthen and reawaken the Workers' Federation as a red flag bearer and a vanguard of the working class against exploitation, against casualization, and against labor brokers. He gave a high-level breakdown of the balance of forces. Quickly, the summit came to the realization that here, you are not dealing with the ordinary comrade. You are dealing with a leader, a revolutionary intellect. When Sasko depicts itself as the intellectual and skills reservoir of the mass democratic movement, it is speaking about cadres of the caliber of Comrade Buyile Matiwane. Buyile was not just a cadre that we led with, but he was a dear friend and a comrade in arms. He was a prolific writer and an orator, well-mannered, courageous, a gentleman, a family man. I suspect two reasons for this. One is that I think it reflects the type of the family that Buyile comes from. But secondly, the fact that he was an alumni of Queen's College, I think contributed to the character and the skills that he possessed. We will remember him for his immense contribution he made in the student movement, having served in different capacities, most notably being a branch chairperson of Sasko, Cape Town campus branch, a provincial chairperson of Sasko, and ultimately the deputy president of Sasko. Within the time, we remember the right to learn campaigns that he led to ensure that the children of the working class and the poor access the doors of learning and culture. The shutdowns that Buyile led, most notably the fees must fall, in his Sasko colors, when it was not fashionable to do so, spoke to his integrity and his loyalty. Some of us became SRC president in CPUT. Buyile Matiwane was a chief lobbyist. Within the most difficult of times, SG, during fees must fall, when wearing the colors of the movement, you were seen as a person engathi akawubambanga umrhabulo. Uprofessor Tanga uyazazi izinqi zikaBuyile. UDr Prince Nevutalu uyazazi izinqi zikaBuyile. Nditsho noProfessor Chris Nhlapho, the current VC, uyazazi izinqi zikaBuyile. When Buyile was a provincial chair, together with Boysen as a secretary, they once took this institution to court. When, in defense of the Sasko deployment policy, when some within our ranks at the time sought to flout the policy, that was Buyile. Ama-Afrika, ne fighters, will agree with me that the spectacle of SRC elections will never be the same without Umfowethu. Within the structures of the ANC, he led the ANC Sesigul branch of Ward 57, where he became the ward councillor candidate in the 2016 local government elections. He also, of course, served in the PCPC of the Youth League. Within discussions of renewal, he advocated for generational mix and the inclusion of young people in structures of the movement. He advocated for qualitative and politically conscious membership and leadership within our ranks. Lastly, comrades, as comrades have alluded, Comrade Buyile was an internationalist. The scores of messages of solidarity from international organizations are testament of this. He believed very strongly in the Africa-China cooperation and mutual relations. Yeah, comrades, Buyile wakwasisa China. Of course, it became a Sasko program, but we knew that Buyile was the brainchild of that program. A delegation of Sasko throughout the country for a period of about 3 weeks went to China to learn, to explore, and share best practice in terms of our experiences of higher education in South Africa. We went to Beijing, to Shanghai and Shenzhen. We saw iconic places like the Tiananmen Square, the Great Wall of China, and the second tallest building in the world, the Shanghai Tower. That was Buyile for you. But of course, as comrades before me have alluded, he took that even beyond. But we will dwell some other time. Comrades and friends, the think tank of Sasko Cape Town campus and Sasko in general has ceased to breathe. The ideologue of the Western Cape is no more. In his remembrance, we call on the South African Students' Congress, SG, and all its structures to rename the Sasko District 6 branch to become the Sasko Buyile Matiwane branch. Amandla!
Hola, ngesba. Hola, tobola, tobola, ngesba. Tobola, 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 ngesba. Mandla, Mandla. Away too. Thank you very much, Comrade Twala. Comrade Twala, indeed, I can confirm that UDP wakhabulisa kahle. Because ngiyabona ukuthi umkhabula kaDP lo wade ukhuluma la ngaphambili. Comrades, as we are moving, as we welcome the SACP First Deputy Secretary of the province leadership, you are welcomed. On behalf of Young Communist League of South Africa, initially we were supposed to be addressed by the national chairperson, Comrade Mpe, but I'm told that they've deployed the provincial secretary of YCL. Can he come forward, Comrade? If engekho, we are going to move, Comrade, with our program. Buyile.
Elelezwe lelamakomanisi asoze yaphela amandla. Elelezwe lelamakomanisi asoze yaphela amandla. Mandla, awethu, viva the ANC, viva Kosatu, viva, qina mhlali, qina, viva the SACP, viva Sasko, viva Kosas, viva the ANC Youth League, viva. Chikichela ufasimba chikichela. Jikijela ufasimba jikijela. Alkulu ufasimba alkule. Thank you very much to the program directors, Comrade Tufaku, no Comrade Tuvazi. I want to correct something, Comrade Viz. I want to correct something. I'm not the provincial secretary. I'm a member of the National Committee of the Young Communist League. And I want to pass an apology to USG on behalf of the national officials that they could not make it today. And they said I should come here. Let me greet the family first. Amangosini Ogaba. A family I'm proud to be associated myself because Namdingu Gaba. And also greet the leadership of the Tripartite Alliance present and in absentia, the leadership and the executive management of the institution in absentia, the leadership of the PYA as a whole. I think before I even proceed, because it's difficult to speak about Comrade Buyile because knowing him, he would have wanted to engage your input itself. What are you going to say that will represent me? So that's what makes it difficult to speak about him. So we're gathered here today on a rather unpleasant time for the ANC as a whole and not only for Ifemeli Amangosini because the ANC recently lost to Comrade Deputy Secretary General as well. So you can imagine that the movement as a whole is under a dark cloud as we speak. I think when we speak Gaba, I was torn between writing something that is, because there's a difference when something is political and there's a difference when something is memorial. Because Buyile was a scholar of Marxist, but because I understand that we are not here to run either a school or do anything around that, but we are here to celebrate his life. So you're torn to either make it more political or make it more memorable around the life that he lived. I thought of the long conversations we would have mostly on political matters and less on family matters because he always referred to himself as Ukabom Kulu, so he would not want to discuss such issues. Buyile was a person who habitually critiqued anything that you present to him. I remember he would critique the ANC's ideological trajectory. Apo abeta khona ke the anti-poor and anti-working class austerity approach ANC. And then at the same time, abete the regrouping of what he used to call opportunistic quasi-RET. And then at the same time, Usam Mamele, apinda critique is silence, a socialist axis within the movement and within society at large. To a silence, he would squarely blame it on the SACP. And it's a debate he would have to a point where indeed I'm not writing because he would not give up. That's the type of person, if we are phone, now you'd know that you'll be properly engaged. That's the type of person we're speaking about here. In your memory, Kaba, I understand that we owed each other time to speak on what he referred to as the approach of young communists towards the 15th National Congress. I'm here to report that at least 3 of our officials in the National Committee have made it into the Central Committee, which is something I know that you would have celebrated, yet at the same time you would have critiqued because you would have found something that you needed to say about that thing. I'm here to say in your memory, which is characterized by principled astuteness and political correctness, at least an effort in that. We call on young people to unite because you are leaving us at a critical time for the ANC and for the movement at large. You are living at a time wherein it was recently announced through the media that the Western Cape is going to a provincial conference soon. And I know that is a process or an event that you would have fully participated in. And your participation would have been to make sure that we realize not only a renewed ANC, but a younger ANC. So in your memory, we call on young people towards this provincial conference in the immediate and towards the ANC upcoming conferences to not allow people to divide themselves for nefarious ends, particularly on ANC conference processes. We are here to say we wish young people in your name would unite and deliver a younger ANC in the province, which will be more vibrant and fight against the DA. Long live the spirit of Buyile Matiwane, long live. Amandla. Thank you very much, comrades.
Very creative, Comrade Kaba. Amandla. Long live the spirit of Comrade Jesse Duarte, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Jesse, long live. Thank you, comrades. Without wasting any time, we are now going to call the African National Congress Youth League, as led by Comrade National Convener, Comrade Nyda Mhlawuli. Thank you very much. Bafana bage tezofele manyale Bogofa koya zenzela Bafana bage Amandla Kawethu sorry for that, comrades. We apologize. We were unfortunately misled by organizational understanding. The Youth League has agreed that the provincial convener is the one who's going to speak on behalf of the ANC Youth League, which is Comrade Buyile. Thank you very much, comrades.
Mandla, wethu, Mandla, wethu, long live the spirit of Buyile, long live. Long live the spirit of Buyile, long live. Pilangona pakate, kaba pilangona pakate. Roar, young lions, roar. Roar, young lions, roar. Let me first. Mandla! 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 Wethu! Mandla!
Comrades at the back, please. I discipline. I morale. I discipline. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Program Director. Let me first greet the Program Directors, NEC member of the ANC, Comrade Thandi Mahambehlala, NEC of Sasko, led by Comrade Buthanani, the PCPC members that are present today. RCPC of the Youth League of Dalauma that is hosting this National Memorial Service. Comrade Faku, I think I'm thrown at the deep end here. I do not have power or strength to speak. Comrade TM, when I say I don't have strength to speak, for me it is very hard speaking ngobuyile as a late Buyile. My apologies not greeting the family of Matiwane, the Matiwane family. Greetings to the family of Buyile. Comrade Faku, you would remember in our first induction that we had as the PCPC, emotions in that inductions were very high. All of us, our emotions were very high. Comrades gave Buyile a task to unite us. Buyile called myself, called Comrade Coordinator Asanda, wasibeke koneni. First word of Buyile was, this induction is not going to collapse in your hands. The emotions that I see here, it is you too who is going to calm the house. Indeed, Buyile executed that task successfully. Comrade Somlomo, we had a successful induction. Buyile was a unifier of that PCPC. Our intellectual, in meetings, I to Comrade Toku, this is a pedestrian view, Luzanayo. Buyile was an intellectual. Comrade Butanani, I have lost a reliable PCPC member. You know, before PCPC meetings, Buyile was one of the people that I would speak to. Buyile is an intellectual. Buyile knows game nam. One person kefaku, you know, my emotion quickly goes up. There was a meeting, emotions were very high. He called me on the side. What do you look, convener? This meeting must finish its business of the day. You know, when Buyile gave you an advice, if you are a person, mamela, Buyile will never mislead you. Comrade Buyile ke wena Faku would always Buyile loved reading. Yeah? Loved reading and hated a person who does not read. Buyile was a PCPC member of the ANC Youth League. Buyile was a close friend of mine. That is why Comrade Faku, when I stand here, very heartbroken, some of us appreciated Buyile. Some of us loved Buyile. I stand here deeply hurt, Comrade Georgia, because Buyile wanted us to go to a united provincial conference of the ANC Youth League. Buyile would ask us, Maqabane Party silwela ntoni, what is it that we are fighting for? And when we sit down and analyze, Indoba, really, the question that is being asked by Comrade Buyile, we can't have an answer of. Buyile was a very warm person. I'm not going to speak long, Comrade Faku, because Ndonzakele. The PCPC of this province still needed Buyile. The ANC needed the caliber of Buyile. Buyile, at a personal level, I think it is at a personal level. That is why in the city, the PCPC, from the convener to the last person in that PCPC, silahlekelwe. Buyile, Comrade Faku, Comrade Twala would remember going to support Comrade Buyile in PE. His conference collapsed. I personally went again in Gauteng when he emerged as DP. I got to be close with Comrade Buyile through Comrade Khalid. Comrade Khalid loved the fellow. Comrade Khalid appreciated the fellow. Myself and Comrade Khalid are very close. It is how I got to know and to be close with Comrade Buyile. Not a single day, Comrade Buyile, I hlazise this organization. Not a single day, Comrade Buyile, it was not about self. Tina ke as young people, Comrade Twala, it is about ourselves, our selfish interests. When we speak about positions in the ANC Youth League, Buyile said, leave my name out. Leave my name out. All I want is Western Cape to have a vibrant ANC Youth League. All I want is to take back the ANC Youth League to its former glories. And indeed, with Comrade Buyile, we would have achieved that. It is one person that we lost in the PCPC, but I'm feeling that we've lost 10. That's the amount of contribution Buyile did or made into that PCPC. Buyile was a very calm fellow. Buyile was a very loving fellow. Buyile was very intelligent. Very intelligent young man. I'm not going to be long. Family ka Buyile, bokabo Tiosh. Let us thank you for borrowing us, Buyile. Some of us, we gained a brother. There was a Khalid and an Anela in Buyile's life. Those two people brought Buyile very close to me. Because Buyile was very fond of Anela. Ugaba ke family kanga ihlazise the Matiwane surname. He knew very well the time ephume Ngcobo that he is not carrying his name, he's carrying the entire family on his shoulders. Indeed, he had made the Matiwane family very proud. I spoke to Mama Buyile during the week. The woman is so proud of his son. The bubbliness, Comrade Faku, that Buyile had, sibonila pisuka khona. Sihleli umama kaBuyile ngokancokola uqobe with the jokes and everything. This is the character. Ubuyile uyithatha apha le. Thank you, Comrade Butanani, as well, and the collective. Because when you needed Buyile, sometimes Buyile was busy with the ANC Youth League. Maybe at times he could not execute a task that was given to him because of other responsibilities that were given him as the ANC Youth League. Sithi ke si ANC Youth League kule ndawo sime kuyo that we are not going to forget Buyile. See, ANC Youth League, we commit ourselves that we are going to take this province to a provincial congress. The spirit of Ugaba will carry us. The spirit of Uqiyoshe will carry us. Dare not us fail, Comrade Faku, because we would have been failing Buyile. That is all Buyile wanted, was a provincial conference of the ANC Youth League. So we have the task to rebuild, renew, reimagine this organization ubuyile beyithanda ngenhliziyo yakhe yonke. Mandla.
Thank you very much. Mandla. Amandla. 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 Away too. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Comrade Chersi Duarte, long live. Thank you very much, Comrade Convener of the province. Comrades, because of time, we will have time to sing before we close our program. Can we call upon the first Deputy Secretary of the province to come forward? And I want to plead, Comrade, with speakers that can they stick to the time that was communicated to them. I know that there's a lot that can be said about Comrade Buyile, but because of time, can we just focus on the time that was given to us? Comrade Nopala. I am a communist. 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 Nopala, thank you very much.
Amandla, Amandla, long live the fighting memory of Buyile Matiwane, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Chersi Duarte, long live. Amandla. Good evening, comrades. I'm calling back a disclaimer, Carl. I was not on the program. I was just on the floor and I was hijacked.
But comrades, because Buyile Matiwane sabalaza naye, no one can run out of words. To start with, I must observe the protocol ngendlela yiyo. There's a national leadership of Sasko here present through its SG. There's a national leadership of ANC Youth League here present amongst us, with the leadership of Comrade Nyda Mhlawuli. The national leadership of the Young Communist League is here. The national leadership of Sasko and COSAS are also here. Comrades, the national leadership of the African National Congress is here, represented. One thing I will request, comrades, Buyile gave his time to the revolution. The least we can do, a send-off yakhe, is to give him ixesha laneleyo. Program director, I suspect.
Amandla, comrades at the back there, we really plead with you that I think we have 1 or 2, 3 speakers left. So can we please be silent so that we are able to finish on time? Thank you very much.
The program director. Bone usaziso Matiwane, who is the only family member I know. But manbulisa family yonke ngokulinganayo. Ubuyile nosaziwa, they share an ancestral home in the African National Congress. Nangona they belonged to different political traditions. Comrades, there are only 2 things that knows Teta Matiwane with confidence. At the time when the African National Congress needed a candidate, Apa kule ward is a Salt River and Observatory. And this, comrades, is important because it demonstrates in Obana Matiwane was not opportunistic. He accepted a request to represent the ANC and stand in a ward where our chances of victory were minimal. Abantu these days do not want to stand for the principle of the organization because the gains are not guaranteed. But this comrade accepted the call of the movement even though victory was not guaranteed. This is a display yomuntu who is not opportunistic in his orientation. Because the ANC wants to stand in all wards. But this comrade stood in a ward that we were convinced that we were not going to win, but he chose to stand. This is an indication of his character. The second thing, comrades, when people were canvassing on his name to be deputy president of Sasko, he approached the party and indicated that this is the position. And the party advised him on many interesting observations. It is important, comrades, when you stand for political office that you must have broad acceptance across political lines so that you can be able to open your ear and be advised on how to guide the revolution. In his position at Sasko, comrades, at a national level, as one speaker has said, he managed to take comrades to China. What is not said, Comrade Chair, is that his own orientation, his own outlook changed on his return from China. If you observe his writings, he wrote more extensively about the political system, and I'm sure his own Marxist and Leninist outlook was solidified during that particular trip. So when we stand here today, we know what he stood for. We know that for him, it was never about slogans, but for him, it was about real and true economic freedom in our lifetime. And he was unapologetic about that. That is why he chose to focus all his energies on the economic system and how we can break down this economic system. Because slogans, comrades, are but shallow. Slogans do not give us a penetrating analysis that is going to give us a way forward. And this is what Buyile specialized in. And what this reminds me of is in 1927, between 1927 and 1933, Josiah Gomet was the president of the ANC. He went to Russia, and when he came back, he said, I saw the New Jerusalem. Because he had seen people being treated equally, people being equal in all manner of respects. So when Buyile came back from China, I would suspect that he experienced the same thing. That is why when he came back, he advocated for more economic equality. Not just any economic equality, but a socialist economic system in this country. Amandla! Wait, two.
Amandla. 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 Comrades. Comrades. As we had said, that the reason why we are harsh with time is because we don't want to keep the family too long, as some of them must go back to the Eastern Cape in the morning. But now we are going to, and I hope I don't get misled again by organizational understanding, I'm going to call the provincial treasurer of the ANC or provincial fundraiser, IPC fundraiser, Comrade Unati Chotwana. We're not going to sing, comrades. We're going to allow him to speak, and we're going to sing after, and we allow the next speaker to enter so that we quickly have Fundesi, who is going in a way going to just give us a short message and close the session. Then we have the vote of thanks. Thank you very much.
Amandla. Kawetu. Viva Sasko, Sasko, viva. Viva ANC Youth League, viva. Viva YCL, viva. Viva Young Workers of Kosato, viva. Comrades, because of time, I think that I'm not going to be long. I'm going to summarize what I had prepared for Comrade Buyile. Many comrades have spoken here. So, Comrade Program Director, let me start by greeting you and the family of Matiwane, the CPUT family, Abebe Pila no Matiwane, the Sasko NEC delegation led by the Secretary General, ANC Youth League, NYTT led by Comrade Nongeba, comrades of the Tripartite Alliance, NEC member of the ANC, Comrade Thandi Mambe, our former chairperson of the ANC, Comrade Marius Fransman. In fact, in you step aside, that we still don't have a conference by now. But anyway, we are not there now. Comrades, Buyile's passing comes at a very, very difficult time for us as the African National Congress. After we just lost our longest-serving DSG, Comrade Jesse Duarte. Comrades, we've also came here and we gathered here not to mourn but to celebrate the life of Comrade Buyile. Because comrades, we all know from our Christian beliefs, and we advise in the book of Genesis, we are made from dust, and we shall return from dust, or we shall return to our Redeemer, our Maker, uThixo wethu. We appreciate the contribution made by Comrade Buyile through the student movement, Sasko, as he was deployed in the ANC election task team, of which I worked with him very closely. The positive contribution he made there, and even in the ANC Youth League, while he was deployed there. In a purpose that he will always say, as a Karl Marx, is that we know that we all exist to exit. And that is what you always used to joke about. Comrade Buyile remained committed to the student movement, comrades. From the first day he arrived at CPUT, he founded the debating society by joining the structures of Sasko, BMF, as it was alluded. His calling was also to transform the post-schooling system as a direct response to the development of student movement, and of which he lived this in theory and in practical. As we grapple with the realities and the struggles now of mental health in higher education, as reported in the Sunday Times on the 17th of July, Comrade Buyile mentioned this and he said, comrades, We must not downsize the mental health of students, because students are going through many things at universities. Students are hungry, comrades. And it's not only men who are married or men who are committing suicide. Many students have committed suicide. And Comrade Buyile wanted to lead that thing within Sasko. And that, comrades, it's something that you must not leave. Sasko must take on that role and make sure that you deal with the mental health of students as well. Comrades of Tambo, Comrade Prof was very principled. And it was true what was said here. He did not even drink a drop of alcohol, but at some times he left Chubana at 4 a.m. with many of us intoxicated. He was the sober one, and he would be asked to drive many people's cars. Therefore, comrades, we must now face the reality that our Prof is no more. He has ceased to breathe. A young intellectual giant, a seasoned thinker, intellectual of the ANC, must now present himself to the ancestors of the organization, Owar Tambo, Utatu Nelson Mandela, Mama Winnie Mandela, Mama Sisulu, who will welcome in there. And he must continue his theory there. Comrades, it is necessary for Buyile to exist in our lifetime so that we can be with him and he can be with us. Comrade Prof also existed all over, not here in China. Not here in South Africa, but also in China, all the way from Ungobo. We must thank Comrade Marius Fransman, who was then the Deputy Minister of International Relations, but who also chaired the African-China relationship, of which I was lucky to be part of that program when he became the Deputy Minister and we were in China. Buyile joined 2 years later after we went there, and he went again with us on a different trip, of which Comrade Marius was there. We remember in Comrade Prof at a time when serious high unemployment amongst young people of the country we are facing. We are remembering, Prof, comrades, as we are sitting here, the lights must shine off because of a crisis that is in ESCOM. We are remembering, Comrade Prof, when crime is very high in matters, and all these matters are young people all over South Africa. We are remembering, Prof, when we have a crisis of a leadership of the ANC that does not take young people serious. Now the other day, Comrade Nongeba, we were told or we were informed by breaking news that the ANC cabinet had agreed to deploy a 76-year-old into a DG's position where young graduates with PhDs, masters and experience in government are overlooked. These are the same leaders that are overlooking this generation, these academics, and it's what Comrade Prof was mentioning, that we need to change gear as young people and as the generation. In these challenges that I've mentioned above, Comrade Prof would be asking you, Comrade Nongeba, you, Comrade Putana, where has the courage gone of young lions? The power is within you to break the silence, smash the glass ceiling, unite the future, because the future belongs to everyone in the Congress movement. We must stop being in the pockets of leaders who are collapsing the state and the movement because they don't want to give space. Comrades, now is the time. Comrades, I am deliberate not to reduce Comrade Buyile to the struggles of Western Cape because he was a national figure. His struggle overlooked the whole South Africa, Africa, including international. His writings about China cooperation and relations are available to, and comrades may consume his knowledge from the Africa Forum China, of which I had mentioned earlier on. I knew Prof very well, and he was very close to the people of China. I would once make fun of him, only Africa ma China. However, I think I should reflect, as I'm about to finish, that comrades, the state of the ANC is not normal, not only in the Western Cape, but national. Even when we are sitting here, our arrangements in meetings and even in the venues is characterized by views of leadership, of policy positions and factional positions. We are struggling to win a war of factionalism, comrades. We are sinking and numbers are reflecting in the electoral outcomes. But what do we do when our comrades who are leading us are in denialism and they are downplaying what is happening now? Because the question we should be asking us, which Comrade Buyile has asked when we were doing an introspection about the election, is the ANC still the leader of society? Because when we march here in South Africa now, not even in Western Cape, the ANC leaders are nowhere to be found. But when there are national factional battles, ANC NEC calls a special meeting to discuss a Kululeni conference. But do not call to discuss the shortage of food. They do not discuss ESCOM, they call a special meeting because, comrades, we had reduced our thinking into the factional battles of the ANC. Comrades, let us therefore be serious about the future that we deserve as this young generation of the Congress movement forcefully must unite and forge unity in the existing conference that's coming up. We must make sure that the ANC is united and we are, as young people, we are united in generational mix, whether we like each other or not. Comrade Buyile used to call a name here called generational jealousy, that this generation could have been very far. But Comrade Mbalula or Comrade Melusi and those comrades, he does not know what was difficult in them and uniting. And perhaps Comrade Tandi, because she served with them and that generation, because the generation after them is ready and they are knocking for the elections of the NEC in 2022. Abantu abadala madoda badiniwe ngoku. Siyayibona the country is in a difficult state, not because they've done bad or they've done good. In fact, we support all of them there when we were in the last conference, but now we are doing an introspection and we realize that and this generation, you must make sure that the Youth League and all the PYA must enforce, and we must make sure that we also elect capable young comrades who are going to make sure we take the country forward. Comrade Putane and this comrade who went to China, can we please go to China and make sure when we come back, we go to Plains Demand and we say to the higher education, food security must be a priority in all universities in South Africa. Comrades, people are tired of these speeches. We must have leaders of the Youth League who are able to produce food in the farms. ESCOM is collapsing. We are here, we are talking about politics. We must supposed to come from China, Bhutani, and says these are the 200 people who are going to fix ESCOM plant. They are engineers, they are qualified. The banking sector, which is running South Africa and making sure that abantu abamnyama, when they want loans, the interest rates are high, but when as white people, the interest rates are low. Comrades, as I'm closing, I want to say, may the road rise to meet. May the wind always be at our back. May the sun shine warm upon our faces. May the rains fall softly upon the fields until we meet again. May God hold you in hollow in mind. Lala ngoxolo Kaba. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you.
Yasiphelelanga Buyile yasiphelelanga mandla Mandla. 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 Awethu. Long live Sasko, long live. Long live YCLSA, long live. Long live NC Youth League, long live. Qina PYA, qina. Mandla. Awethu. Thank you very much, comrades. Comrades, we are now coming closer to our program. Comrades, thank you very much from the ANC. Maqabane, we are going to call upon the Secretary General of Sasko, Comrade Butanani Tobela, to speak on behalf of the National Executive Committee of Sasko, to deliver a message of the 21st NEC. Comrades, Amandla, Awethu, Amandla. Comrades, we are going to call upon the SG to speak about our Deputy President of Sasko, about the 21st Deputy President of Sasko. Comrade SG, can you come forward and represent the National Executive Committee of Sasko? Thank you very much.
Amandla. 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 Long live the undying spirit of Buyile, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Buyile, long live. Long live the undying spirit of Buyile, long live. Comrade Bestman. Comrade Bestman. Comrade Bestman. Thank you, comrades. Thank you, comrades. Comrade Mesuli, we are here to speak about the Deputy President of Sasko for the last time. So kuzonyanzeleka simamelane ama comrade abangafuna ukumamela sizawufuna bas excuse. You see, if there's one thing, Mama, that made us to agree on Buyile is discipline, we would actually change and take turns in podium. His chaos was very organized and not chaotic. Okwesibini, ebethi xa imosha atuzondixela because we are both Matiwane no Ngwane. Ukusuka pa number 1 uyofika pa number 4. Siyibolekiwe lento pa endlini. Ndiphinde nibe ngumuntu wakwantu. Kuye kuthiwe ke kwantu abantu abahlelo sesimo abahlele emanzini abahambi ngobusuku. So I plead, comrades, that as indicated, we finish the program, we then celebrate and allow those who want to have reunions to have them, and those who are mourning to mourn. Thank you. Masiqale ngokubulisa umndeni waMatiwane Siqale sibulise ifamily yonke ngokukhethekileyo. Sibulise uDSG weSasko noComrade Mesuli besiphathele iprogram. Sibulise uTG, sibulise uComrade Thandi, sibulise uComrade Unathi, sibe sesithi all protocol observed. So that we don't take further time. Ye not decide again, class theta nathi, let us draft a message for this memorial. And let us draft messages for all the 9 memorial services that are going to be convened on Wednesday. And the one of Friday, so that we do our level best to celebrate Comrade Buyile as the 21st NEC. Kuthiwe bamanye Buyile babuthane baveza inhlanhla bathabe. There's a lot that has happened that is strange and undefined, but we will explain it ngenye imini maybe. So fellow mourners, receive the greetings from the South African Students Congress and its 21st National Executive Committee. We stand before you with heavy hearts as we gather here on this unplanned event to mourn our Deputy President, who is the second official to depart whilst in office from Western Cape. It was first Comrade Wangaskila, if history siyibambe right. Comrades and friends, before we address, I would like all of us to stand up besides the family. Have a moment of silence for the longest serving DSG of the African National Congress, for a renowned stalwart and a poet, Ubabu Don, and Comrade Buyile. Thank you. We're here at this moment to answer a crucial question. A crucial question posed by Fisher in a poem that he writes titled, "Who Will Cry for the Little Boy?" As he defines his tragic growth and confronting his abusers, it is in this case and context that we feel strongly robbed by this occurrence which has stolen you, Gaba. We are here to ask difficult questions of where to from here. Sizawukhalela bani in the literal sense of it, because siyasiphinda sihambe nezinye indawo zobusuku besimfonela xa iphelile yethu imali. Silwe kodwa eventually you will intervene. We refuse to accept that indeed you will no longer be there to answer your phone or to call and ask, "Senze njani apha?" Because that's the kind of a person you were. Never once would you just, without seeking or giving some advice on any matter that faced us. But obviously, you and I continued to hold extreme views to provoke the NEC meetings and NWC meetings, because you were a silent perfectionist who liked order. But we would just say something to President Gancinci. Gaba, your sudden departure has indeed taught us pain and what hurt is, like the little boy in the man. We remain clueless and without answer on who's going to cry for the little boy who died and died again at an early age. Your first worry, which was your cause of death, not in a literal sense, has always been the direction which the country is taking about. That is why we stood with you side by side in the picket lines, fighting against the neoliberal agenda, austerity measures, injustices against the people of the world, raising and fighting the rising numbers of GBV and femicide and other social ills which engulf our society. Violation of the much needed radical socio-economic transformation. Rampant financial and academic exclusions in institutions of higher learning. These are just part of your known views which you shared fearlessly, which is why it becomes important that it becomes impossible that we must address your views and echo them in these platforms because this is who you chose to be known as. So we must not dare to have been accused of labeling you as a proxy of any groupings in the sense of factions within the MDM structures. Your views were your views. If you write, you write. If I could write, I could write. You were always for discipline within our ranks, which is why we would always stress the leadership crisis which has befallen our mass democratic movement. One must say, though, that your absence on the planned journey to the place which we are planning to go to express our views about the direction of this country will be truly felt, but we will, as your generation, try and express some of your messages. We must, as your generation in your memory, make a commitment behavior you got in some of the regions there, though he was the first one to make us understand that some actions and reactions of that regional congress were just out of frustration. Obviously without weapons. But there are two venues, so we're going to drive with you to our venue. He just drove to the police station. Indeed, we are today declaring you as a true servant and a qualifying convocant of this gallant student organization. Yes, Besh, baninzi abafuna ukubizwa ngama-convocant. To the Matiwane family, we want to sincerely offer our deepest gratitude for having raised this fearless patriot who loved his country. We offer our gratitude because not once would we deploy him. We are the ones expected to arrive at your house and offer our condolences, support and hope. But today, we are broken. We are the little ones who are hurt, in pain, but we are consoled by knowing that our deputy president lived his life to the fullest, even though he was no consumer of holy waters. We could still bully him to go chill with us in those spaces. And he would not be an awkward loner because with the people he belonged. We must say though, he was no big spender. So imali be safe. You could not easily disrupt and inconvenience his finances because you had an unplanned evening. Though he would eventually agree sometimes to a 50-50 deal. Who will will cry for the little boy. A good boy he tried to be. We want to answer and say, the South African Students' Congress, the Southern African Students of Union, the South African Union of Students, All Africa Students Union, Commonwealth Students Association in Africa and Europe, activists of Asia, and all progressives of the world will cry for this little boy, for he tried to be a good boy. Allow us to borrow from the words of Nyda Dawn when he said, quote, "Remember to call at my grave when freedom finally walks at the land," close quote. So we can try to say to you, family and Kaba, that we shall not tire to fight for the freedom of the people, and that free, quality, and compulsory education, economic freedom in our lifetime are realized, and then we will call him. Indeed, as the leadership of Sasko, you have not only experienced our losses, but you too succumbed, because you are the 5th official of Sasko who have lost in the year of 2022. We want to plead with the gods and Mother Nature that no, kwanele. This is too much on us, especially because we are still expecting a lot from these young chaps as the future of this country, who must shape and rescue our country from the shamefulness. Farewell, Kaba. Farewell, Msutu. Farewell, Mdumlam. We have taken a decision that all those who wish and are able to produce articles in paying tribute to Comrade Buyile Sangolekhaya Bernard, they are allowed to write and make sure that by Friday the 22nd, they are able to submit those articles to the DSG, and the Mutuiti publication, which was part of the editors, will publish them. Amandla, away too. Thank you.
Mandla, Kawetu, Mandla. Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade SG. We are now going to no thanks. And I think we wanted to apologize to the family for the time we've taken. But I think what we can say is that truly this is Buyile's memorial service. Because sake sagxothwa konye umfana ukuthiwa ngumulife. Sagxothwa kokwabo sisathetha ngenxa kaBuyile owayethetha ixesha elide pha. Kwathiwa too much of a good thing is not good. So siyaxolisa sibulela kakhulu into yoba nibe nisenathi kude kube lapha. Sixolise nakuwe bawo xa sikubiza ngaphambili into yoba uzosinika nje imessage ebaluleke kakhulu xa kukho isehlo esinje. Sibulele nenkonzo ukuphuma kuyo xa sithe sakhala. Noko yewunyula umuntu othi makade azokufika apha, siyabulela kakhulu. Nkosi sihlangene kuyo indlu
Mandibulele kakhulu to the program director. Ndibulele kakhulu kwi organizers of the event. And acknowledge Sistandi olapha phambili and mazi kakhulu no comrade and mbona umkile ngoku Marius bethuna nabanye abantu bethuna babalulekileyo abalapha. Ndi acknowledge family, ndiyambona umama lo phambili ngathi ndiyamazi lo hleli phambili. Ndimazi kakhulu. Ndifuna uxolisa on behalf of umfundisi uKhuboni, who is the second minister yalapha Domisani second, who was supposed to come here, but bandicelile uba mandize apha, but nam I am umshumayeli and I fit the occasion, so to speak. Mhlambi yena ngebe frustrated wahamba. Mhlambi uThixo ubonile uba makathumele mna mntu mhlambi uzawuzi understand ezinto zenzeka apha. Enkosi Thixo. Matiwane family ndifuna ukuthi kuni akuhlanga lungehlanga andithandi kodwa ke lonto kuba ke uThixo uqove bhaka sitsho pha ecaweni. Ndizawufuna just one scripture andizosishumayela, but there's something I want to say about this young man endiyibone kwi social media. Andingomshumayela uthanda uthetha ngomntu kwi occasion out of context. I-context yethu apha ngubuyile, igama endilithandayo lela lakhe lithi Sangolekhaya. That's quite revolutionary. More than ubuyile. Ndifuna ufunda just a very short passage. It's not a long one. I'm not sure why I chose Amahebere for him, because it's for abantu abadala. He's pretty young for this message, but it's for the family. Paku Hebrews 11. And then andizonilibazisa abantwana becawa. But with Hebrews 11, there's something fundeka ngolhlobo phaku 13, ndizawuskip ezinye indawo. Irideka ngolhlobo, I'll read it in English to accommodate abantu abathetha isiSuthu ne-Afrikaans. All of these died in faith without having received the promises, but from a distance they saw and greeted them. They confessed that they were strangers and foreigners on earth, but therefore God is not ashamed to be called their God. Indeed, He has prepared a city for them. Very briefly, but I just want to pass a message to children. No Snazo and Namanyama Methodist Church. I'm from the Methodist Church. Buyile he was Christ-centered. And when I listened and heard what people were saying here, the majority are Christ-centered. But there are 2 or 3 things and Funus mention without explaining them. It sounds as if nakanti jonga kwi social media, because I had to do a little bit of research today, and I could pick up this young man had faith and people had faith in him. That's the first thing I've noticed, which I'm not going to preach about, because as long as if he did not have faith, if he didn't trust them, he could not really have sacrificed himself. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, God is not ashamed of them. That's my message to family namhlanje. God is not ashamed of ubuyile. There are people God is ashamed of for various reasons. But hearing what people are saying here today, I think God is not ashamed of ubuyile. When ubuyile, as we are Christians, believe, because akafanga kuti is resting, upumle, we're still going to meet with ubuyile as time goes on, because nathi sizawudlula kule ndlela. But I just want to say a story just Moses. I don't know why ndimdibanisa no Moses ubuyile. Moses, maybe it may help even some of the students, even if they are not doing a theology. Moses, what is important kum Moses is that ukhulele eJiphet. You know, he grew up in Jipet as umntana okhuliswa nguntombi kaFaro. And he got educated to Moses in Egypt. That's why he could write the first 5 books of the Bible. The first 5 books were written by Moses because of the skill he got from Egypt. But what is fundamental for me about Moses? But what is fundamental for me about Moses is that when he grew up, he refused to be identified with Pharaoh's daughter. The very one like most of us, sikhulele in an apartheid setup, but we refused to be identified with apartheid. When he grew up, Moses said, in as much as I have benefited, but I know, and And then secondly, Moses had an opportunity to live land. Mzukulwana wamati, it's a comfort life. Mzukulwana wamane ngixela nge-comfort life. He could have lived a comfort life, but he chose differently. What my own people by a Sasko. And then this is how I look at this young man, Buyile. And then lastly, and this is just a message from Matiwane. And then lastly, Moses chose, which is lacking kweleti. He chose to sacrifice for abantu bakubo, but at the same time, he chose to follow God. And that's why he could lead people out of Egypt. And then lastly, Moses believed honestly and faithfully kuThixo. He did not kangamkwalambisa uThixo. Ngalomwazi ndifuna ukuthi xa nifika eNgcobo ndivile uba ningaba seNgcobo. I just picked it up. And then lastly, we need to apologize as a church because I'm not supposed to stand here without having sidibanisa amehlo with the family. I didn't do that. My apologies for that. And hopefully xa nibuya eNgcobo sinazo and uAthulile will guide us to go and lead with you. Ngalomazwi ndithi uThixo abe nani anisikelele. Bengicela nje sithandaza, I know iprogram isaqhubekeka, and just a short prayer. My hands intando yakho egameni kayise egameni lomoya ongcwele egameni lonyana Thixo bawo sasa nje besivukile singayazi basakwazi ubalapha nami Thixo ukuvuka kwami ngalentsasa beningayazi banza bendime kule ndawo ndivukile ndagqukeza ndisenze izinto zami kodwa lafika ilizwi lesithi uyabizwa eCPUT kukhona umntana owileyo okaMatiwane siyakubulela ke Thixo ngobomi buka Buyile benge ngowethu busibolekile njengencwadi amaHebhere besitsho siyababulela abazali bakaBuyile ngomkhulisa abe ngumntana ekwazi ukuthethwa ngaye kuba bethu abantwana Thixo wami bachaya iziyobisi abethu abantwana Thixo wami bahamba ezithaveni abethu abantwana Thixo wami bathethwa kuthethwa kodwa eligorha namhlanje kuthethwa ngalo apha namhlanje elandixhukumisa intetho ezithethwa apha ndihleli kula ndawo Ndathi ngaphakathi I just wonder umele isizwe wam babekhona apha. Bezawuthini na? Nankonyane wesizwe Thixo wam bumkhurumele njengoMoses umkhurumele basikhuphe kule nyunyu sikuyo. Thixo wam uyayazi wena kutheni ubuyile umsusile phakathi kwethu. Ukhona ozammisa endaweni yakhe Thixo wam. Uzumsikelele Thixo naye Thixo wam. Umpha amandla umpha ubulumko. Kuba yonke into ibithethwa apha Thixo wam kuthiwa ubuyile ebekuthanda ukufunda. Akho nto embi njengomntu ongathanda ukufunda. Akho mntu imbi njengomntu othanda ukuxoxa kodwa engekho nto ayifundileyo ngaloo mba axoxa ngawo. Thixo wam akho nto imbi njengolutsha lethu elihoye ezinye izinto iziyobisi, elihoye ibhiya, elihoye bonke utywala. Kodwa xa kufikelela kwicala lemfundo Thixo wam bayasiphoxa isizwe simnyama. Ndiyakubulela ke Thixo ngeli thuba. Nalo lusapho luyahamba lubheka engcobo ngomso. Likhaphe zininji ingozi ezenzekileyo. Sibeka lona ke kuloo ndlela. Sibeka no deputy minister oswelekelweyo amalunga amathandathu efamily yakhe. Ngomzuzu nje Thixo wam. Ubomi bethu bungumphunga. Ubomi bethu abukho zandleni zethu. Nelo sapho siyalizisa apha ngalomhla kabuyile. Simbeka ke no deputy secretary osishiyileyo naye. Thixo nguwe owaziyo. Abazali bakabuyile akho nto bayaziyo. Kodwa banneed guidance from you. Uzababonisa ngexesha elifanelekileyo. Uthi kubo nansi indlela. Siyakubulela ke Thixo ngobomi bukabuyile. Sibulela nangalombutho okuthiwa yiSasko ocingileyo inkokheli zawo. Usipha amandla okubapha ukuqonda. Babayazi ba omnye wabo xa ewile mabadibane ngolu hlobo bagqwala emsaneni njengenkomo kuba nenkomo ziyagqwala xa kunje. Ebulela ke inkonzo yam yama-Methodist Church, we thought it fitting into yoba sikwazi ukuba lapha sizibandakanye ngeli xesha nalo msebenzi kabuyile. Simnikezela kuwe ke Thixo wam bazawutsho abefundisi xa ifika ngapha eNgcobo. Nathi ngeli thuba simnikezela kuwe abesezandleni zakho. Ngomhla wokugqibela xa ubuyile ukwazi umvusa naye sidibane naye zonke into ebesithetha kamandi apho uzabezazi yena. Konke siyakucela ngalo wasifelayo ngunyana wakho Yesu Kristu. Amen. Jesus. Hamba kakuhle Buyile, sabuya sidibane inkosi.
Thank you very much. We are now going to call the TG of Sasko to do the announcements. Emva koko samkele ufefe nesixhaso esingathi bendisiva hopefully siza apha comrade TG, comrade Tabile Dlamini. Thank you.
Amandla awethu amandla, long live the spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live the undying spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Thank you very much, comrades. My name is Tabile Dlamini. I'm the Treasurer General of Sasko. The message, the task I've been given is very short. It's just to give a vote of thanks and announcements, which is also going to be very short. But firstly, comrades, I'd like to thank you for your discipline. Thank you for your time that you've taken out of your schedules to be with us today and to pay respect to our comrade Buyile Matiwane. Thank you for your patience with the program, and thank you for your discipline. I'd like to thank the family, the Matiwane family, for coming to be with us, because as comrades, our life often ends in the space that we are in, which is the student space. But it's good to see that parents are there and they support, which means that they approve that their child was part of Sasko. So we thank you. I'd like to thank the PYA at large. I think this is the most that the PYA has held each other's hands. And I'd like to commend the entire PYA for doing that in the Western Cape province. I hope that we continue working like that, comrades. Would like to thank the CPUT Convex. It's played a big role in ensuring that the program of today is a success. We thank the SRC as well that has been part of the program. We'd like to thank the NYDA and its contribution in the program, and all the structures that fall outside of PYA that have also been involved with the program. I think one thing that is very clear is that today it's very awkward to talk about DP in past tense, because it feels like he's here with us, or he's supposed to be here with us sitting in front. But what we should all take away from today is that DP instilled very important things we should take away from this organization and move forward with them. He instilled the passion and love for books and reading and writing. He instilled the passion of being disciplined. He instilled in us to ensure that we unite and we love each other, as we've heard from all the contributions that we've had today. When I walked in here today, I saw all of the comrades when I joined Sasko as a first year, or Comrade Georgia, or Comrade Martin, or Comrade Zau, Comrade Siabonga Poison, Comrade Twala, Comrade Naledi Maponopono, Comrade Busisiwe Ngumalo, and many other comrades that I see here. And the most devastating part is that one of us is gone. And what I would like for us to pray for when we go home today is that we pray for life and success for all of us. I remember being in the PEC with UDP. I was very mischievous. Comrade Poison would know. But DP would always say one thing, is that I will discipline you in the meeting, but when the meeting is finished, the meeting is finished. DP would always instill that we must keep this province united and keep Western Cape united. He always ensured that the programs of the organization came first. I remember he would come and lobby for us at Sasko UCT. There was a year where we had lost SRC elections. DP would always be there. And when we both contested Sasko National, it was a big thing in Sasko Western Cape. There was a time where there was a discussion, a discussion about who to send to national in the PEC. And Western Cape came out with the view that it endorses the name of Buyile, Deputy President, to contest the upcoming national conference. I had my own reservations about that, and I was very vocal about it. I had a long conversation with Comrade Twala because I felt like it was my time also. And I never understood these comrades, Guti, how come these comrades say I'm not ready? I feel like I'm ready. But then I knew that the fight at that time was a fight of a generational mission, because we cannot deny that in our organizations that it exists. But because God knew and He wanted, again, Sasko Western Cape had 2 deployees in the National Conference of Sasko. I remember when they were counting votes in St. George, I saw DP outside, and he said, I hope it's either we both make it, because whoever doesn't make it, angabuyele Western Cape. And God said both of them are going to the NEC. And we maintained a very united NEC because DP played a major part in it. Even with the officials of Sasko, we have a very strong bond, and DP was part of that bond. So comrades, the announcements that I'd like to share is that firstly, the memorial service would be so the memorial service was supposed to be in Queenstown, but the family has requested that since the funeral is in Engcobo, they would like to be part of the memorial service. Therefore, the memorial service has shifted from being in Queenstown to Engcobo Indoor Sports Center from 11, that's going to be on Friday, 11 in the morning. And then the funeral service will be Engcobo as well. And Tlalukane, Eastern Cape on Saturday, which is going to be the 23rd of July 2022 at 9. However, I was yet to confirm iskati with Buyile, but I don't see him. But I think if we are all in Eastern Cape by that time, then we can communicate further in terms of the accurate time on when the service will start and so forth. But comrades, thank you for your patience and your time, and let us continue celebrating Buyile. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Comrade CG. I just want to also share one thing, comrade. For those who were unable to attend this memorial service, the NEC took a decision that outside Eastern Cape and Western Cape, all provinces will host their own memorials. So we're going to have 7, that is tomorrow, all of them on Wednesday tomorrow. Today it was this one, and Friday is the one from Eastern Cape. So those who are watching online, but they're coming from different provinces, they must liaise with their PCs. There will be NEC members deployed to those memorial services that will be held on, that is tomorrow, comrades. Thank you very much.
Can we all stand up as we prepare to switch off the candles before we chat away? Amba kahle mkhondo mkhondo amba kahle mkhondo mkhondo Sizmisele ukuwabulala wona la mapunu thina banbomkhondo sizmisele ukuwabulala wona la mapunu mandla
Kawethu. Long live the spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Long live the spirit of Comrade Buyile, long live. Amandla. Yeah, thank you very much. I think at this stage we can switch off. Can we? No. No. Can we, at this stage, when you give us the last church song, we give over to Shumaeli to Azaz Sinyusela lenkonzo besinayo so that we're able to live in peace and in guidance. Thank you very much.
Masicimeleni sizakwamkeleni ufefe sonke kodwa Thixo phambi koba samkele ufefe I just wish ababebelayita amakhandlela would understand the symbolism zamakhandlela. Christ was light, Buyile is light. How I wish you could follow that light. I also wish the family at some stage will have a candela kaBuyile and friends kaBuyile will have a candela. It's such a symbolic gesture for Christ to seal amakhandlela. Masamkeleni ufefeni sonke bethuna. Langa ufefe lwenkosi yethu Yesu Kristu uthando lukaThixo ubudlelwane bomoya ongcwele. Mahlala phakathi kwethu sonke neentsapho zethu. Ngakumbi usapho lukaBuyile, usapho lokwaMatiwane, ngakumbi usapho lolasapho labantwana bathandathu abasulekileyo, ngakumbi usapho lukamama uDese Duarte. Nabo bonke bethuna basishileyo. Amen. Nalamanzi